As always, we do come every Wednesday to talk to our people on this Radio Biafra. If the heaven rejoice, as always, on this Radio Biafra, our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu preach to the world the coming of Biafra. I would like to call upon the name of Chukwuka because we shall never be tired of calling his name, because this Biafra belongs to him. It doesn't belong to anybody. And all glory goes to him. He doesn't share his glory with anybody. Because he is an Alpha and Omega. He is the beginning and the end. Nna yonye bere, eze Chukwuka Abiyama, anya kpọkuo oge n'ụbọchị tata. Anyị ebunye gị na-aja gị mma, na-ekele gị ihe niile nke ị mere n'ime ndụ anyị. Ọ bụkwanụ nwa odibo gị bụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, ezi onye nwe nna Chineke, ma anyị na-arịọ gị chebe ya, dube ya. Ṅụrụ ya ọgụ niile, nwa odibo gị ata n'afụfụ, maka ịbịa gbapụta ụmụ gị ndị nọ n'oru. Ezi onye nwe nna Chineke, ma ịgbakọtakwana ya azụ. Nekwanụ ndị ọzọ sokwa anọ ihe mgbe ka anyị nwere onwe anyị, ezi onye ebere, gbakwa ha ume. Ọ bụrụkwanụ ndị nọ n'ụlọ mkpọrọ, ọ dịghị ihe ha mere, ihe ha mere na a na-agbasa ozi ọma gị. Anyị na-asị gị ezi onye ebere, ekwekwana ka akwa ha bụrụ n'ihe efu. Ezi onye ebere, anyị sị na anyị chọrọ ịnata ka anyị bịafee gị n'ime mmụọ na eziokwu. Anyị emegheela ya ka iji wee rara anyị na anyị n'oru for over 400 years. Anyị na-agbara ụwa ka wee na-asị na oge ruo n'oge anyị anaghachitekwa, maka anyị amaana na anyị mejọrọ ya mgbaghara na ịgbagharụkwara anyị. Iwe sị anyị na ugbu a na anyị ejizi aka anyị nụọ ọgụ anụwa wee nwere onwe anyị. Mgbe gboo nọ na-agba akpọkọ oge meela anyị, mana ugbu anụwa dị ụtọ njọ anyị ihe niile nke anyị mekọtara, anyị nwa ya eji aka anyị were nụ ọgụ a were ọbara anyị kwụọ ụgwọ. Ezi onye nwe anyị ejiri ọbara anyị kwụọ ụgwọ n'obodo ahụ a na-akpọ Naijiria Zoo wee lute n'ụbọchị nke tata, na wee na-ajụzi ọbara onezi ka anyị ejizi wee kwụọ ụgwọ. Oge eruola n'oge ebere gị ga-abịakwute n'ezie ndị iro anyị niile, ndị na-agba mbọ ka anyị ghara ịna, ma obodo ọrụ na-agba mbọ, ma ndị mmadụ na-agba mbọ, ma ụmụ nke gị na-agba mbọ ka anyị ghara ịna. Anyị na-asị ezi onye nwe mgbe oyi ihu na ala, mee ka ihe akwa bụrụ nke ha, mee ka ihe arịrị bụrụ nke ha. N'ụbọchị eke ka ha na-ebu, ụbọchị ure ka ha na-ebe, ụbọchị afọ ka ha na-ebu, ụbọchị nkwọ ka ha naghị ebe. Ihe ọ na ha metụrụ ga na-ata aja aja. Ụbọchị ọbụla ha kpọrọ ihu ha bụ ihu ọjọọ. Ọ dịghị ihe ọbụla nke ha na-eme ya na-aga aga. Akpacha nkata ahụ ekpughe ha, maka ọ dịghị ihe anyị mere ha. Anyị na-asị na anyị chọrọ ịna, ọ bụghị njọ na anyị chọrọ ịna, anyị chọrọ ịna bịa ka anyị fee gị n'ime mmụọ na eziokwu, maka anyị ma na ndụ nwe anyị chọpụtakwana. Anyị wee na-arịọ n'ihu gị. O nwere ofu ihe ha bụ giant, mana o nwere ofu ihe ha nwere. O nwere ofu ihe anyị nwa nwere ha enweghị. Anọ ya bụ ngụwa bụ Chukwu Okike Abịam, ka anyị nwere ntụkwasị obi n'ihi ga-enye anyị mmeri, maka ndị iro na-asị ebe ka chi unu ahụ nọ, ha na-achị anyị ọchị. Ka wee na-ajụ wee na-asị ezi onye nwe m, ị ga-agbachizi nkịtị. Ha wee na-arịọ gị mezikwana ka Biafra bịazikwana n'oge ugbu a, maka ọ ghara ịbụzikwa n'oge tere aka. Ma anyị na-asị ka uche gị mee, ma obodo abụzụ mebisi ihe niile. Echekwala ka ofu ihe fọ ka Somalia bụrụ a na eze n'igwe wee kọmpe ihe ya eme na zoo. Anyị na-arịọ chewekwa n'ụmụ Ipob, ma eduba anyị, chewe anyị ihe dum niile ka anyị na-aga n'afọ gị bụ Chukwu Okike Abịa, ma wee na-asị ise. Biafrans, what I want to talk today about what is going on in our land, because we have to say it the way it is. Criminality among our people back home is causing a havoc, including the havoc from the zoo government. You quadruple the punishment on your people. We will not condone evil. We have to expose them, because this Biafra, as our leader told us, and as I have come to know, if you double into criminality, or when we start to lie to our people, then this Biafra will kiss it goodbye. And that is not going to happen in our wash. If you remember what our leader said, He said, before we came, there is none like us. By the time we're gone, they wish there were people like us. And he said, we remain whiter than white. So if you know you cannot remain whiter than white, then the gate is open. IPOB is not where one will come and hash criminality. IPOB is holy and will remain so. That is why everything IPOB does, we do it with our sweat. We don't have Godfather except Chukwokika. Physical Godfather, amen. Everything we use our blood to pay dear. So we will not stand by these criminals that are using IPOB or ESN to commit atrocity. When they get caught, they say the IPOB. You have to be man enough and bear the brunt and bear the consequences of your atrocity. You cannot tell me you look at poor people, you kidnap them, demanding ransom. If they don't pay, you kill them and throw them in a pit hole. We haven't seen you done any kind of things. Yeah, we haven't seen you do any of this to any those that are killing us. We say it in our Igbo adage, Ana dike nuno, so sorry in the house you are dike ago. But when you see those that are raping our women, killing us in our family, you do nothing. Only to go after your own and kill your own and steal from them. And you want us to clap for you. No. That land will swallow all of you, including those that are sending you. The same goes to the zoo army or the zoo agent. It doesn't matter what you do. Our mind has already been made. There is nothing you can say that will convince us, except those that are stomaching frustration you can approach. There are many. You can always get them everywhere. It doesn't matter where they are. It doesn't matter the country. It doesn't matter the country. You always see them around. But as far as you know, this IPOB is built on a solid foundation. We are not stomaching frustration. We are not interested. What we are interested is the revelation of our people. That is why we have ideology, and nobody defeats ideology. It doesn't matter how long it takes. I can give you so many examples. At the end, ideology prevailed. Before IPOB came, we do not have any ideology, but right now we have one single ideology, what unites us together, and that is Biafra. It doesn't matter how you kill us. One day we will kill you back. Today you are having that. Today, do whatever you like. As our leader said, they will come, they will kill us, and we will kill them. And the end, Biafra will come. That is why we must make sure we are tweeting, we are calling the BBC. Those flyers, we must be flying it, we must be sharing it. We must, all the time. There is no place for laziness in this Biafra restoration, in the freedom fighting. In fact, there is no laziness. We have to be active all the time. Because that is how the world is going to hear our voice. And know that nobody is coming to fight for you. You have to do it by yourself. Because you do not go to other country and fight for them. Those other countries fight for themselves. So the same thing applies to us. We will do it by ourselves. Nobody is coming to help you. Nobody is coming to your rescue. You will rescue yourself. You will do everything. And that is what IPOB is doing. And that is why IPOB was created. So we must make sure anywhere we see the criminality coming close to what we are doing, or using our name, or even in our villages or town harassing our people, we must expose them. We must not harbor them. We must not cherish them. We do everything to expose them because our land forbids such. And we must continue what we are doing. It doesn't matter, our leader will join us. It doesn't matter what the enemy is doing, they are testing our reason. But we must show to them that we are made of steel. Yes, our emotion can run high, but remember one thing, Biafra is already been promised. All we have to do is to do what we are doing this moment. Whatever we are asked to do, we do that. There is no shortcut. Our leader said, coming out of Biafra will be the last miracle. And if we look what is happening around the world, that look is not good at all. We hope at the end of it, Biafra will emerge from the ashes. But before then, we have a lot of work to do. We haven't scratched the surface. We must go out there, the BBC, that is the new mouthpiece of the zoo because the zoo belongs to them. Nigeria is the British company. And they say to them, they have to protect their company. And it's our duty to tell them that nothing will happen to your company. Because Biafra will allow an inward investment. Biafra will encourage the British people to continue to invest in Biafra land. So they have nothing to fear. Rather, they have a lot to gain. Like our leader said, if they continue to dabble into our affair, preventing the children of Chukwokaro from going, the calamity will be happening in their own country as well. So does all the world who are joining hands to help them. You will use your teeth and count you will use your tongue and count your teeth. I will stop here and hand the back microphone to my colleague. Mazi, are you there? If you are there, the microphone is to you can take over the microphone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mazi, for my awesome here. Good evening, Mazi, and my colleagues and our listeners tonight. My name is Kanu, and I'm speaking to you tonight from Melbourne, Australia. It is something we always look forward to every week. It's become a ritual for us to come here and speak to our people, reflect on the struggle that we are collectively conducting. And it's quite important and quite critical at this time because of several distractions from Nigeria predominantly, but not exclusively, but obviously the political climate of that country is almost polluting everyone's mind. And it's time we bring back our people to reason, the first of reasoning. You see, freedom fighting is not what you do with emotion. It is not what you do. You're meant to be consistent, not expedient. It's not something tomorrow you're white, today you're black. Next day you could be anything else. You don't swing your position like that, because then you are people that are monitoring you, people that are following you, your arguments, they get confused as to how serious you are about what you're talking about, but also as to which direction you're headed on. Nearly everyone is chanting political mantra, obedient, and all that. And you begin to wonder, what do our people really understand what we're doing? How many of them really understand what we're doing? All of a sudden, it's as if no one is talking about our director. No one is talking about Nnamdi Kanu. It's as if they've forgotten our people. We have forgotten the reason why Nnamdi Kanu is where he is today. that it is our suffering, our cross that is carrying and bearing, that it is the cause of our people, the freedom for our land and our people, that he is being held by the DSS, excuse me, and to have just jettisoned his ideas of freedom in the struggle that IPOB is conducting, and we allow ourselves to be carried away by people who wish to maintain Nigeria. It's something that is quite despicable. It's something that doesn't say well, doesn't really say something better about us as a people, about the way we are collectively working out our destiny as a people, as indigenous people of Biafra, as Igbo people, if you like. There's a difference between, and I always say this, I've said this in the past, we need to start making a clear definition and clarifying the line, the clear, distinctive line between political marginalization in one hand, and on the other hand, freedom. What IPOB is fighting for is not political marginalization. We are not the so-called agitation. We are not agitating because we feel politically marginalized in the context of Nigeria. Obviously, this is fact. Igbos, Biafrans, we are beyond being politically marginalized. We are being thoroughly marginalized. We are being repressed. And that's a very strong word to use, but that's what it is. We can't do nothing. Our land is under siege. Our land is under siege. The military, they come and kill and get away with it. In fact, they come under invitation of our own leaders. So that's occupation. That's a repression. When we go out the street with our flags just to protest something that is obtainable in every democratic state, we get killed. We get massacred. And so yes, we are politically marginalized. But we have our leaders. We have people they claim to represent our interests, but they're not doing that. They're representing their own selfish interests, because over the time, the Nigerian system that was colonially created, which is what people forget, that this system was colonially fabricated. It was not designed to cater for the Nigerians of Britain. It was a momentary
Base spaziale. Abbiamo un panino.
Do it by yourself, because you do not go to other country and fight for them. Those other countries fight for themselves. So the same thing applies to us. We will do it by ourselves. Nobody is coming to help you. Nobody is coming to your rescue. You will rescue yourself. You will do everything. And that is what IPOB is doing. And that is why IPOB was created. So we must make sure, anywhere we see the criminality,
for more colonial political inclusion. Because if you do not understand this, you will be so quick to succumb to be carried away by the whole political atmosphere of Nigeria today, as if the Messiah has finally come. You need to understand the substance of our agitation, the ideological basis of IPOB's argument for Biafra. We are not agitating or calling for Biafra because in Nigeria we are being marginalized and we are being politically excluded. This is what the politicians, corrupt politicians, would want you to believe. This is the position they keep fronting before you. They keep projecting this. But if you accept that, the consequence is huge. We are agitating because we want to be free. First of all, freedom is a fundamental human right. Everyone has the right. It's called a universal, inalienable right. No one can take it away from you because it's a right you have by virtue of being human, not by any other qualification. And as much as you're human, you are qualified to be self-determined. And as a people, as a collective people, it is very clearly defined in the UN Charter about the freedom and self-determination of previously colonized indigenous peoples. All right? So what IPOB, our struggle is around taking the advantage of that power of all people, the rights of all people for self-determination, for freedom. That's why we're trying to exercise our own right as a people to exist. If you start championing the Nigerian cause, if you start all of a sudden trying to say, oh yeah, eventually we're going to have a good leader, we want Nigeria to work, you're going to stand one place. You cannot just start championing Nigerian cause all of a sudden just because there is a chance. Remember, it's just a chance. Remember, it's just possibility, potentiality. There is the possibility of the next Nigerian president, whoever to occupy that office, to come from where you come from, and all of a sudden you start to shake and you lose your argument, the basis of your argument. In other words, you are agreeing that IPOB is doing what we're doing in IPOB. The agitation is about political inclusion. That's what I'm trying to make people understand, that we're not agitating for more or better political inclusion in Nigeria. Because we have governors from our land, we have senators, we have all of that other regions have. We may have less states or less number of representation, representatives. The representation may be unequal, but there is representation. And so we're not left behind. It is not a question. The problem we have is not that of political marginalization, exclusion of indigenous people. No. That's what they want you to believe, so they can jettison the idea of Biafra. The idea of Biafra will not die, even if Igbo man becomes president of Nigeria and another Igbo man becomes vice president. Because Nigeria was colonially, as I said, designed to fail. It was designed to fail because the creators of Nigeria, and ironically, every time they say, oh, God put us together. No, God did not put you together. It was not the design, the intention, the will of God that you come to be. Colonialism was a disaster. It was a destruction of the will of God. It was a twat. It was a place of reasoning. None of them will work. You see, freedom will change. Nothing will change. It doesn't matter who is there. And as I'm coming to the end of my speech tonight, let me also clearly remind us that I do not know how people make their own political diagnosis or analysis of the situation in Nigeria. I strongly do not believe that the problem in Nigeria is administrative. It's not an administration problem. It's not about leadership or cycling. And that is why nothing has been working, because ever since the so-called independence is being from one leader to another, from one leader to another, you've had almost 5 decades, 6 decades, I should say, of leadership recycling, and nothing has worked. No tangible, real development to show for it. And I listen to those that present themselves to lead Nigeria, to bring Nigeria back, or to make things work. I say, do you listen to yourself? Your analysis shows that you think, you're convinced that the problem of Nigeria is administrative. It has to do with getting the administration right. Oh, if you put the right people in the administration, oh, something will change. If you remove the president, the current president, and bring somebody else, there will be a change. But that's what you've been doing, literally 6 good decades. So for 60 years, you've been doing this. Nothing has changed. Nothing significantly, nothing positively has changed. But you still want to be doing that. Of course, that's not the problem. Nigeria is not working because, first, it was not built to work to serve the interest of black people of the so-called Nigeria. Second, the problem is not about administration, who is in power and who is not, where they come from and all that. No, the problem is structural, and our leader has always highlighted this to our people. And that is where the argument for Biafra comes and hits directly and strongly. Because it's not about political inclusion. Political inclusion will mean, oh, other people have been the president, but Igbos have not. Okay, let us allow Igbo man to become a president. Then things will work better. No, things are not going to, nothing is going to change. Nothing significant is going to change as regards to people coming together and becoming a nation. Because nationhood is organic. Nationhood comes through organic process. You don't just fabricate it. Our people say, okay, now it is right from the moment of birth. It doesn't just all of a sudden changes. Nationhood is through organic process. People come to coexist together. So what you have in Nigeria trying to patch and make things work, cut and paste and all that, nothing will work. Because the problem is in the substance, is in the very core of being together. The structure of Nigeria is in a mess. It's collapsing, it's in shambles. It was designed that way anyway. So why are we living all our life and some people are giving their life and letting themselves be killed? When people are willing to die to maintain what a white man created. It's so painful to reflect on all this and see how our people do not engage with all these problems rationally and critically and analyze them properly to understand what's happening. It doesn't matter who gets there because it's not an administrative problem. What we have is a structural problem. It is structural and systemic. That is the problem. And so it does not matter at the end of the day what we're doing. What matters is that we are supporting the IPOB argument for Biafra. Because if we do not, then we are accepting that the problem is administrative and it's because the Igbos have been politically marginalized and excluded from the leadership of the country. That is why things are the way they are. And invariably we are certain that we are responsible therefore for the way things are working. Because we do not want Nigeria to progress as a revenge for Nigeria not including us in the project of national unity and national building. So I will leave it here tonight, and I will invite my co-participants to speak as well. I would like to invite Mazi to please address our people. Mazi.
Yeah, thank you, Mazi. Thank you very much for your very incisive rendition and analysis of our struggle for freedom and identity. I thank our host tonight, Mazi Peters, and also my regards to our Rep Mazi Former. Thank you for giving us this platform. And like we always say, we really appreciate the opportunity to talk to our people and to bring them to the knowledge of why we are still here, why we have chosen this course, why we are not backing down, and why we continue no matter what happens. Because this is a journey of 1,000 miles that starts with a step. And our leader, Mazi, Nnamdi Kanu, the holy and chosen one, we really appreciate him being the leader, and of the 1,000 steps that we need to take, he has taken 900 and of those steps. So we are just joining in here to make sure that we get to our destination. My father would always say that onye ikana ha onye lube hobea, and this is a journey, and we know our home, we know our place, we know our destination, and we'll never get tired till we get to our destination. So for all the detractors, the people that are working day and night to myriad our people and erode the values and the consciousness of our people through the mouthpiece of Radio Biafra, we are telling you that this IPOB is not backing down. We will get to our destination, and that we will do in good time. And in this generation, it's a promise. We will get to our destination, and we will not fail. We will not fail on this great project that has been given unto us. This night, I would want to say something about the happenings happening in our climb. Ndị Igbo sị na ọsọ anya ọsọ imi. If the things that are happening in our land are not good, it speaks to us here that are in diaspora. It affects us, it affects our psyche, it affects our reputation, it affects our daily life. The value that we have as a person, the value that we have as a people, these are two different things. You might be a rich person and a very poor people. A person is an individual, a people is a collective, and the Biafran struggle is a collective action. So when we allow the values of our society, the norms and the morals of our society, of our ethnic group to be eroded by charlatans, by naysayers, by people who are moved and controlled by business and worthless money, people that are bereft of conscience, of human conscience and dignity, people of no integrity. When we allow these kind of people to bastardize our values, our homeland, our motherland, it doesn't just translate as an action or an act. It becomes a stigma to us, even out here. That is why when you rock up to any office, you might have a good conversation with the people in that office until you show them a green passport, or until that conversation goes to, where are you originally from? That's the question. And then you go Biafra. That is your savior. But once you say Nigeria, you are done for. You become a thief, you become a murderer, you become a fool, and you become a baseless animal. You become lower than an animal. So as a collective, we are trying to rescue the reputation that we have. The reputation, I want to explain this to our people to understand it. If you go to any embassy today with a Nigerian passport, you have to apply for a visa. You have to do so many interviews. You have to go to church and pray. You have to do fasting and ask another human being to please grant you visa to travel out of Nigeria. Because that's the collective identity. That's what you're carrying. But if someone, permit me to mention name, a musician in the caliber or maybe a renowned footballer or a celebrity goes to that same embassy, they do not look at him twice. They grant him that visa because he's going there as a person. He's not representing Nigeria. He's representing his own identity. His person gets the visa. But you going there as a Nigerian, you get denied the visa. Now turn it around. If someone from US, UK, Australia, China, or wherever you might say, goes to an embassy, it doesn't matter if he's got so many people travel out with only $20 or $200 in their pocket. They don't ask them, how much do you have? What is your worth? Show me your bank account. Who is sponsoring you? They don't ask them that because they have the reputation of a collective. They are not going there as a person. They are going there as that nation. So a visa granted to them is a visa granted to the country of their origin. Why? Because they carry the reputation of that country. And that is what we are trying to do. We have a reputation as IPOB. And anywhere you go in the world and say you are a member of IPOB, you carry a reputation of integrity, of trust, of wholesomeness, of knowledge, of an identity that is worth something. That is why the zoo is trying tooth and nail. They are fighting tooth and nail to tarnish that image, to bring us to disrepute. That is why you have people who are not IPOB members, who has never been in IPOB, who know nothing about IPOB, claiming to be IPOB, tied agents trying to drag our reputation to the mud. And what do you expect us to do? To fight back and keep our reputation. And that is what we are doing. That is why we obey the command. The command and the control. Because these are the men that wear the cloak of IPOB, and they do not want to soil it. And if you are a member of IPOB and you are dancing out of tune to the dictates, the directives, the conditions, the conducts, the opinions and the actions of these men, it means you are inadvertently working for the enemy. You are soiling your own clothes. This is why you need to wake up. The reputation of IPOB is worth more than anything. That is why our leader said, in IPOB, we do not care who you are. You must live by the truth. You must do the right thing. It's either you do the right thing or you are out. Because the reputation of this organization is priceless. You cannot buy it in the market. And that's what our leader is showing us. That is why he is standing on the truth. That is why he is committed and not backing down. That is why his ideological conceptions, his ideologies are steadfast. That is why he's not wavering. Because our reputation is at stake. Any mistake by the leadership of this struggle, of this organization, of this movement, will not just erode the values and the work that we have done, it will bring us to disrepute. And that is a no. So if you are a member of IPOB or a supporter of the ideas of IPOB, you need to live right. You need to represent the concepts of this movement. You need to understand your commitment to the preservation of the human life and dignity that we fight for. That is what our leader said in those simple words. These are the people we are fighting to preserve their lives. We cannot be part of people killing and maiming that same people. Because we do not change lane. The ideas of IPOB is a straight-jacket ideology. The restoration of Biafra, the restoration of human dignity and human rights, the preservation of our cultural norms and values, which culminates in the restoration of the kingdom of God on earth. That is why Biafra is our religion. Because this will bring back to us our lost identity as a black race. In every class of people, in every generation, there are people you look up to. In the 50s, it was the Martin Luther Kings. The 70s, you had the Malcolm X and all of that. For them, for us in the 70s, it was Diem Odumegwu Ojukwu. Today, we have Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And when you look up to him, see his actions, his understanding, you know that there is something special about him. Just the same way, for religious people, you might call this blasphemy. That is why the people that followed and walked with Jesus talked like him. They behaved like Jesus, and everyone in that sphere talked and behaved like him. I'm not saying they didn't have their own differences, their own ideological conceptions, their human personalities. They had all of that, but they followed and walked in the footsteps of Jesus, of Yahushua. And the people around them, when they got to Athens, that was why they called them Christ-lights, because these men talk and behaved like Christ. This is what IPOB is doing today. We are a special creed of people that do not waver. Like our leader would say, he is stubbornly settled that if he wants to do something, he will do it. And that is the same thing we are doing. We are settled. Our eyes are set on the ball to restore Biafra, to restore our dignity, to come to the place that we do not need any human being to approve us. We don't need human approval, external approval, foreign approval, because onye moka na nne ya anaghị eche ka agbata obi bịa tụọla ya aka. That is what we are coming to know our rights and to live in our rights and in the fullness of our rights. This is what IPOB is bringing to the table. Are you happy with being shortchanged? I've never seen any person who went to the market to buy goods and services, and you were supposed to get a change of 1,000 naira, and then they gave you 100 naira, and you went home happy. If you do that, it means you are a fool. And for generations, for over 50 years now, our people has been shortchanged. And I will ask us, are we happy with being shortchanged? Are we happy to be people called only to action when there is work to be done? The Bible said, na bia lụọ abụrụ bia lie. You bled to keep your family together. You bled to bring your own food. You bled to bring food to the table, to preserve everything around you. And then at the end of the day, when there is success, you are not invited to the party. Why? Because you are a slave. That is why when you have a party, the slave will count the fufu, they will fetch the firewood, they will fetch water for cooking, they will carry the chairs, they will bring everything, cook the food, but the guest will come and sit down and eat. And when they are done eating, if there is anyone left, that's what the slaves eat. And this has been the situation of Biafrans. Nigeria is in comatose. If anything is to go by the news flying around, the mask wearer says he is tired and he is in a hurry to leave. He is tired of playing the script. He is tired. The insurgency is growing by the day. People are being kidnapped every blessed day. People are getting killed. Now, getting killed by accident is no longer news. Now we are talking of people being hacked to death. People being hacked to death. And you see video recordings of this happening. And you believe, oh, it's okay. Someone is the Messiah that will shut all of that up. And you think you're in your right senses. Even if he's a magician, a miracle worker, he can only do as much as he can do to revive the dying baby for 4 years, and another person is gonna bleed the baby again. Our people need to look beyond years to generations to come. If things were not good in the past 50 years, they were not good in the past 30 years, they were not good today, how do you believe they are going to be good tomorrow? Where yesteryears are better than today. Our people need to ask ourselves the silent questions, the questions that must receive answers. Any person that progresses in life needs to ask his or herself questions every day. The questions you ask yourself and give answers to are the pathway to progress. If you cannot answer the questions before you today, you cannot progress to tomorrow. It is just like an examination. When you solve question 1, that is the only time you can go to question 2. If you're stuck in question 1 and you cannot proffer answers to question 1, you cannot get to question 2. So our people need to start asking ourselves the questions of why are we not progressing? Why are we not making progress? Why are we not safe in this place? Why are people getting killed every day and it's being swept under the carpet? Why are people suffering? Why do we have graduates churned out every year and there is not even half a job for them? Why are we having proliferation of churches and there are no solutions to people's problem? Why are we having questions asked to every angle, every facet, every system in this sector, and nothing is working? It is because you are playing the undercard. You're playing a game with someone who has an agenda, who knows your card, and you don't know theirs. That is the question. That is the answer. And Biafra are people who has realized that we cannot win this game if we continue playing this game. So we need to change the game. We need to go back to our own team and play our own team and win our own games. That is why we are going back to our identity. Unless you're happy to cede your land to the Fulanese, unless you're happy to have your children slaughtered before your very eyes, unless you're happy to be kidnapped, unless you're happy to pay through your nose and to sponsor your kids through school and they will come back to your house to live with you, or maybe hawk bread on the streets, unless you are happy to live without electricity for the rest of your life, unless you are happy to have no hope for the future, unless you are happy to be a radical to humanity, if they want to do an example of people that are stupid, they will call you. Unless that is what you want, then the zoo is for you. Please don't follow us to Biafra. Even when we realize this nation of Biafra, even when we get back to our home, please stay in Nigeria because there is no place for people like you. Another thing I want to say before I wrap up is, in this struggle for the restoration of Biafra, we don't win by arguments. We win by actions, by what we do. We are not here to argue with people. We are not here to stress words. We are here as IPOB to do action. And if you are not ready to act in tandem with the commands of this structure, please do not come to the party. Please do not come to the house. Because we are an activism group. We act. We do something. We carry through and follow through on a plan of action. That is what brought our leader to where he is today. He wasn't arguing with fools. He wasn't arguing with fools. He wasn't arguing with politicians. Today you see politicians, even they can't hold debates. They tell you, oh yes, we do this, they do that, we do that, we do this. And then at the end of the day, you look for the action. You cannot see the action. That is why from 1999 that we went back to democracy, that the zoo went back to democracy. All of the people from councillorship to presidency, they've been telling you, yes, we will give electricity, we will restore power, we will build roads, make power this one, jobs, employment, that and that, in arguments, but no action. That is why you cannot point to any action to buttress those words. In IPOB, we work. So if you're not ready to work, stay on the side. When there is a festival and the masquerade comes out, there are two kinds of people there. The people that work with the masquerade to perform, and the people that stay on the side to watch the masquerade. If the people that are watching come to join to do something with the masquerade, there will be a disaster. So please pick your path. If you want to join the path of people that are doing something, join. If you are the part of the people that are onlookers, please go and stand on the side and look. But when you are an onlooker, don't claim to your fellow onlookers that you are the person. Because our reputation is sacrosanct. Thank you, Mazi. And may Chukwu Okike Abiyama bless all of us. He said, thank you.
Thank you, Mazi. Well spoken. We do need our people to wake up, because apparently many of them have come back to slumber. And this is not where our director would like to see us as a people, as a collective. This is not where you stand to win your argument to international with international community. It's good that our people listening today are reflecting on the things we're saying. I would like to invite Wada Perpetua Ekichuku to please address our people. Wada. Wada Perpetua, if you're here, please kindly make your own contribution.
Sorry. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, depending on your time zone. Thank you for calling me to air my view on the problem of Biafra. So, I thank Chukwu Okike Abiyama for bringing us together again today to speak on our Biafra, the land of the rising sun. So Biafra, I'm gonna talk about if Biafra is viable. Is Biafra is our right. So actually I say I reside here in Sydney, Australia, and I am gonna talk on Biafra actualization. Is it viable? Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has lost basically almost everything for actually fighting for his people. He's not fighting with gun. He's not fighting with a knife. He wasn't fighting anybody. He didn't shoot a gun. He was only trying to advocate for the betterment of our community. And people envy each other. Because of their enviousness, they want to bring him to slaughter. It was said that he who slaughtered the creation of God must surely go to hellfire and burn to ashes. All those people who are slaughtering their own fellow human being, They are not going to be spared. God is so angry. So angry. The third or fourth world war that is coming now. The earthquake will come. Tsunami, whatever, volcano, everything will come and swallow the whole people who want to swallow the children of God, who kill men. They kill by injection. They kill by beheading. They kill by shooting. They kill by invasion. So Africa was invaded by the Europeans, the British, the Europeans, the France, Portuguese, and all that. And the African country was really a big continent, and they divided it into subsections. And some of them took some part of Africa, and they slaughtered the people of Africa with no mercy, just for the way God made them and created them. Like I said earlier, Biafra was existing before the colonialism. Biafra was a land, a country of its own. And in the so-called Nigeria amalgamated, Nigeria was created by a white man. They kill, and they amalgamated the rest, and they bought it over as their own industry and all that. So people are believing them and following them. I'm saying our brothers who kill our brothers are going to be killed. Asobu Mara Gesina Marala. He who killed by sword will die by sword. They are bringing curses to their families. They don't know it. What baffles me is a woman will be there and the husband is committing atrocities and they cannot call them back and tell them what they are doing is not good. Remembering that they have their own children, they have their own families. Very soon, Nemesis will cut on all those people, killing innocent people for no just cause. Very soon. Very soon. War will broke up, not only in Nigeria or that, but all around the world. And people will be slaughtering each other. God will venge the killing of the innocent. God will come with everything to venge the killing of the innocent. Not only in Biafra land, all over Africans. The white people, the British, the Europeans, they invaded Africa, took them as slavery, killed millions and millions of people, still killing up till now. Now, this time is new colonialism. They use their own people to kill their own people. They give them money, they say, okay, that's the new way to here. And then they go and tap their own mineral resources. So let me go back to the thing. If Biafra, so I say, my fellow Biafrans, I urge you to understand the importance of this struggle. This struggle, the importance of it is what? Is for us to have our freedom. It is our right. It is our right. And we can't just get it by propaganda or by backfighting each other or by bribery and corruption or by, stabbing each other at the back. We cannot get it like that. Okay? So the importance of our freedom must not be compromised for anything if we want to get it. With the number of Biafrans we have, both in Biafra land and abroad, we have what it takes to get Biafra. We have what it takes to be free. Nevertheless, many of us are still sleeping. As you can see, many are still sleeping. How long will it take us to wake up? to know that we are the most disrespected, hated, abused people on the surface of this earth. The blacks, not only Biafrans, you know, everywhere you go, like the other speakers mentioned, you are regarded as somebody, they look down upon you. They want to search you in and out. They want to find the fault in you. And they make you pay for what you don't even know. How long will it take us to wake up to know that we are the most disrespected? How long are we going to keep on spinning on that hamster wheel, doing the same thing over and over before we realize we are going nowhere? Before we realize that Biafra is the only solution? What will it take us to wake up and rise up, own up to our responsibilities, like the true children of the rising sun? Is it when we are all gone, when we are all written into history book as an extinct rest? We need to ride our minds of this brainwashing or disease of colonialism, a disease that has crippled us, reduced us to self-hate, made us egoistic, greedy lovers of money. That's what it has made us. We need to stop fighting each other. Stand together and reclaim Biafra. Stop allowing yourself to be used as an instrument to destroy our people. Why have we chosen to join forces with our enemies for a moment of worldly pleasure? Why have we chosen to be willing participants to the killings, rapings, and all the atrocities happening to our people by doing absolutely nothing? All our governors, or those of them who say they are in leadership, they are only there advocating for one Nigeria, which white people put together. Why are you advocating for that? Then we should go back to our country, develop it, make it habitable, and go back there. If you don't do anything, you know, who do you expect to do something for you? Where is it? Okay, like I said earlier, it is in the Bible that this time around, the children of God will defeat the children of Satan. We are going to defeat them this time around. But we cannot defeat them when we are divided ourselves. We cannot do nothing when we are killing each other. Some people form a group only to stop killing each other, demanding ransom and all the rest of them to survive. You want to survive on this earth and you want others to die. What is the meaning of that? You are not fighting for Biafra. You are fighting for your selfish interest. Okay, so there is no need being saying that you are Biafra when you are fighting your brother. Like I said earlier, during the Biafran War, you know how United Kingdom, the United States, and all of them teamed up to fight the Biafra. Many people teamed up to fight the Biafra. At a stage, they have to stop the food supply, and many people starve to death. I tried to mention over and over. I wrote a song about united we stand, divided we fall. If we are not united, we are not going to make a headway. The only way for us to unite is for us to unite to, the more we are together, the happier we shall be. That's what I wrote. Let's make our world a better place. We stand in unity together for one cause. What is that cause? For the love of Jesus Christ. Encourage everyone to remain steadfast in the pursuit of collective goal. What is the goal? The goal is bringing our brother, our dear brother who is fighting for us there, bringing him out of that dungeons of the wicked DSS. And the other goal is the actualization of Biafra. Biafra has been in bite of Benin in place of bite of Biafra. So the history said it. And also, as Onyagala one knee, that made me to remember when my grandfather, he was traditional medicine doctor. And then he used to cure so many different sicknesses. Even if you are barren, he will give you medicine to make the person start producing. If the person is somebody came to the place and steal something, he will eventually find that person. And our spiritual God and all the rest of them will suffer the person. Either keep on flogging the person, tormenting the person before that person will confess. So during that time, the way they used all those things is just our spiritual things was just deprived of from the introduction of the invaders from the European countries. So I'm saying, watch out for each other and be your brother's keeper. Let all strive for togetherness, confidence, and solidarity. Remove greediness, selfishness, jealousy. Our adage say, Onyagala one knee. Okay? That Onyagala one knee we should maintain. In the olden days, Onyagala one knee and we care for each other. But nowadays, some people want to eat so that their brother will go hungry. I always pray God to give me so that I can give others who are in need of my help. I don't want God to give me for me to eat alone and live alone. No person is an island in this world. So the aim, what you people should know is the aim of these people is to divide and conquer us and take over whatever belongs to us. Remember that all these British people, if left, they will come to Africa because they know that God bless Africa well. The gold they use it from Africa. The diamond they use is from Africa. The oil they use is from Africa. They exploit Africa in every way. So their aim is to divide us, conquer us, take us whatever belongs to us. Satan don't mercy on you. They will take everything that belongs to you. They are manipulators. I do not believe it that people will come from all the way from wherever they come from and come and take, you, mix up. You are now one country. When you were one country before they come. They also discover rivers that were around you before they come. So I was happy when I heard how when the colonial masters, when they came, our people fought gallantly. Even their bicycle, they hang them into the mahogany tree and they flog the bicycle even. So because of that, that's why you don't see them in our land. Now they are using our people to colonize our people. They are using our people to kill each other. What is wrong with blackheads? What is wrong with them? I don't understand it. It's so annoying. I feel ashamed sometimes to be a black person because of the way their mentality. They don't think. They are ignorant of everything. Everybody should research and read history of what black has gone through in this world. Egyptians are now white. So many areas of the black people are now white people. You know, they kill them, they get rid of people. People who have got their freedom, they fight for it. And saying Biafra is viable, but we cannot get it unless we fight for it. It's our right. It's our right to get it. We cannot get it by fighting each other, killing each other. Because if you are killing each other, God is so angry. He's so angry, so angry. He's coming, and he's coming with vengeance. So, what belongs to them, it is atrocious and inhuman, disheartening for people to just start killing the innocent, harvesting their organs and making money, you know, and they think the world, they are not going to perish again, they are not going to die again, they will all die one day. That money they are making, nobody will put it in their grave when they've gone. They will go, and when they go, they will go right to hell. Even, I'm sorry for those who are advocating for election. Why would you be advocating for election, seeing your brothers being killed, seeing all the innocent being slaughtered, seeing, I saw all those ones in the grave at Owerri, Imo State. I saw so many women being laid there like as if they are rock, they are wood. They are not moving. Nobody knows who is who. They are the death of the innocent. I don't know whether they are up to millions there. They killed. Some of them, hopeless, who's a danger, or whoever they call the governor there. Most of them were criminals. So whoever is ruling Nigeria is a criminal. Nigeria is a criminal place. So we don't belong to there. We belong to Biafra. We want to go to Biafra. It's our right. Freedom is not a bad thing to request for. Nnamdi Kanu is asking for freedom. But now everybody is forgetting that honest man God presented to us. As why would we leave our brother there and go and ask him for one Nigeria which a white person created for you? I don't get it. I don't know what has happened to the mentality of our people. People are so wicked, so inhuman. So this is the type of thing that destroy community cohesion. Our people need to wake up and take action immediately. We need to take action immediately. They have surrounded us. We have left the Biafran struggle and Nnamdi Kanu in prison and then doing something else. Even all the youth that we are advocating for Nnamdi Kanu, all of a sudden, they are now talking, everybody is talking some rubbish about election and this. Nobody knows if most of them are going to live up to 2023. That they are asking for election. Election for who? Who will serve that country? They have not improved for over 50 years, 50 something years. Are they going to improve now? They are falsely amalgamated without the consent of anybody. and they are trying to fight and die for it, for nothing. So time does not wait for anyone. We have little time to put our house in order. The Fulanis from all over the world have already come to take over our land. And we are there chasing shadow. I don't understand it. People are chasing shadow instead of facing what is facing them. We have more than 7 terrorist groups. They are called the ISIS, ISWAP, Boko Haram, Bandits, Mieti Allah, and so many of them. And they are mostly even from black country. Mostly from black country, killing innocent people, invading the communities, raping women, killing children, bombing churches, killing all the Christians, beheading people. And the world kept to deaf eye. Why don't the world keep deaf eye? Because you have to fight for yourself. No place now is as good as heaven. You know, the freedom is taken, is not given. Nobody will give you your freedom unless you fight for it and get it. So the spirit of unity is the only thing that will bring us success in all we are doing. It will be impossible for them to defeat us when we are united. It's like brooms. A broom, when you put it together, is very hard for you to break. But when you separate them one by one, you can break it easily into pieces. So I'm still lamenting and saying, brothers, we can get, sisters, we can get it. We can make it. We can get our freedom. Oh, the Chinese got their freedom, the Japanese, the Singapore's, and all the rest of them who got their freedom. They didn't just get it for nothing. They get it and they've developed their country the way they want it. It becomes the best country for them to live on. Even if it is a desert, they find a way to develop it. We can do it. It's our right to have our freedom, to live our life. Everybody is created to have their freedom. Nobody is created to be a slave to any person. The so-called Fulanis, they assume that they are owners of Nigeria land. Their father, Lord Lugard, promised them in 1914. And they believe that the Hausa are conquered slaves. So the Igbos are also conquered. So they want to hold it tight. And so I don't know. So Arewa used to be a separate country. Biafra used to be a separate country. Oduduwa, even the other part of Niger, they used to be a separate country. So during the 18th century, the Europeans scrambled for Africa. So colonization was motivated by hunger for African resources. That's what motivated colonization. So because of that, they exploited the African people and uprooted their spiritual values by Christian missionaries. They brought Christianity and all the rest of them to rob them of their resources. So, and they started dividing their colonies among themselves. So they uplift their civilization and educate them, and so the psychology of it is for them to have to get the neck and crushing them so that they can satisfy their urge. It's so inhuman because what they did to black, God will never forget that. It's time for God to punish the wicked. It was also the British Empire that in 1894 imposed an arbitrary boundary around many diverse ethnic groups and kingdoms that make up the African countries. They created the bounty, they slaughtered so many people, you know. So during that time, they also slaughtered both the indigenes of Rwanda, Burundi, Congo, and so on, and divided it among themselves. The Belgians took some part, the British took some part, and so on. So due to the way they were killing people and making them inhuman, they over 55 million were, for instance, in Rwanda, were killed, and in Thresh, the Tutsis and the extender of Belgium. So they took the tissues what do they call it? Tutsi and the Hutu. So they've been enslaving Africa and they massacring them to too much extent. Although God bless Africa, no matter how they slave them, how they massacre them, they still produce, they still forge ahead. That's the way God made Biafrans as well. So the Biafrans are resilient people. They are hardworking. They used to love each other so much in the olden days. We just care for compound, not relating only on your own. We care for one another before. But now, the wicked has come up, and what they are after is their pocket, their stomach, their own selfish interest, selfish gain, selfish richness. So what I'm saying is Biafra is viable. We can get it as soon as possible, only if we unite together and fight for one common goal. Even the Hausas, the Yorubas, the Fulani, the Bini, the Rivers, and all the rest of them, Kwa Ibom, that should unite. Everybody should unite. Stop fighting each other. Unite together and push away the invaders from our land totally. Fulanis shouldn't possess any pieces of our land there. So that when we get our land back, everybody will go to their own country, develop it. And then we work in harmony, you know. So those people, invaders from all over Africa, Pakistan, what do you call them? They came in to slaughter, kill, men. They are not there to develop anything. They just want to get your land and get the resources, and they carry their money outside the country. They go to Saudi Arabia, they go to their own this thing, and they put it there and develop there. All their money are not invested in there. They go Dubai, they buy houses there and invest their money. So the language that these people deserve is the language of violence. And freedom is not given, freedom is taken. We have to take it by force. That's what I'm saying. We have to, wake up and face our fears. Face our fears. Face our fears. Otherwise, we will be wiped out on this surface of the earth. That is their plan. And it can never, ever happen. So the sooner we wake up, the better for us. So there's no place like home. I want to go home. Whenever I go home, you see me bloom. You like a rose flower. So I love my home. I love fresh food from the farm. I love all those animals we used to rear and that. I love everything about home. I want to go home. This is not my home. The place I call home is Biafra land. So at the moment, I have to stop so far. Thank you, everybody, for giving me the opportunity to talk now. God bless us all and guide our people over there and protect us all. Ise.
Thank you, Wada, for your contribution. And I would like to, at this point, thank all my all participants, my colleagues here, our rep, as a former, and all of us, each one of us that have contributed tonight to our program. I'd like to thank our host, Mazi Peter, and all Biafrans all over the world that have been following us, all our audience tonight. We want to thank you, and we want to ask you to join us next week at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll over to you.
Thank you very much. All right, welcome to the program anytime. This is Radio Biafra USA 2. I'll listen to them. So today the Australians were here with us and they'll be here every Wednesday. So make sure you stay tuned. This is Radio Biafra USA 2. We've heard all that they've said. I still want to remind you that Biafra is our religion. There's no going back. Our quest, whatever jamboree, whatever comedy they're holding in 2023 has absolutely nothing to do with us. They can do what they want to do, but our leader will tell us exactly what direction to go. We have only one indomitable leader, and that man is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. There's nothing they can do to stop what we are doing. We see the BBC campaign is still on. Please call them, give them the piece of your heart. Call them, be nice and polite, and then ask them a few questions, because they're trying to recreate genocide, something that they started since the creation of this universe, and they're still trying to do it, and they're not tired. But you know something, we are Biafrans, we're never going to get tired. We'll be able to get our land back in our hands, whether they like it or they don't like it. All right, from here, I'll say goodbye at this point, and please stay tuned, don't go away, because Mazi Alozie is next. He's coming in, and then we'll be able to continue from there. Tomorrow, hopefully by His grace, we shall be together to be able to take our normal program and have our normal calls. But for now, we don't have enough time for you to make any call. Whatever anybody wants to say, you should keep it for tomorrow. Or pass it on to Mazi Alozie, who is next. From me to you, it's goodbye. Stay tuned. Don't forget, Biafra is our religion. Radio Biafra, that's our worship. Stay tuned.
In our madness, we are very, very strategic in terms of our approach, not just to the disintegration of the damnable zoological republic, but its disembowelment. I did promise you many years ago that by the time we are done with Nigeria, the name Nigeria will no longer exist. That is where we are heading to. And for us to be able to accomplish that, we need to recreate the scenario of Yemen, the scenario of Syria, the scenario of Somalia, in the northern part of the damnable zoological republic. And there is only one way we are going to achieve that. ESN will give it to us. How? Because in their eternal foolishness and stupidity, it is called hubris. The Janjaweed army will come to the south to engage us. They will. They will come. It is not a question of if, but when. But this time around, we are waiting for them in our bushes and in our forests. We are not going to fight this war in our townships. We are going to fight it inside our bushes and in our forests. They will come there, and we are going to kill them. All of them. And as they are coming into our bushes and in our forests, they will leave their backside open. Terrorists from all across the Sahel will flood into Arewa lands and occupy it. God will destroy them. I just want all of you to watch and see what is going to happen to the zoo. What they call banditry and insurgency is only the beginning. Just an appetizer. The real dish is coming. The main course is coming. At the end of this process, all of you will worship God the way that nobody ever did in the world before. Biafra is coming not through the efforts of any mortal, but through the grace of God and God only, and not man. God will not share his glory with any mortal. By the time that Biafra gets here to us, we will all be very thankful that out of the billions upon billions of the people that occupy this very earth, Chukwokika chose Biafra to showcase his mighty works. You must remember this always. The fight we are engaged in is not of a Kanu nature. It is very, very spiritual. That is why the same Efulefus that fought Ojukwu, the same idiots that is scattered all over the zoo that fought Ojukwu's restructuring, they gave birth to their children, and today those idiots, some of them of course fathered by Fulani Janjaweed, are fighting us. Because Biafra is the kingdom of heaven upon the face of the earth. The beginning of the genuine liberation of every black person on the face of this very earth. Therefore, Lucifer doesn't want Biafra to come. Agents of darkness in the zoo and beyond do not want Biafra to come. Neo-colonialists in British Foreign and Commonwealth Office do not want Biafra to come. Because they know what Biafra portends. They know that with Biafra, a ordinary Fulani boy will be able to go to school and be free. They know with the coming of Biafra that entire Black Africa will be liberated from decades, or should I say centuries, of unsolvable hardship and poverty. They understand that very well. That's why they are fighting. When you see the idiots like Wike and Omahi, they are doing the job of the devil. They are working for Lucifer, for darkness. The same thing that Obabi Aseka did against Ojukwu. That is what Wike and Omahi are doing, all of them. Your so-called governors. Have they been able to defend you against Fulani Janjaweedism? When Nimbo was attacked, Uzuwane was attacked by Fulani headsmen. All these Efulefus, what did they do? They did nothing. When people were being murdered and raped and slaughtered in Edo State, what did the governor then do of Edo? Nothing. Even right now, Delta State is under siege. What have they done? Nothing. Therefore, I find it very, very distressing that human beings that claim they are educated or have a semblance of exposure to enlightenment and reason will rise up one morning to side the governors. I find it very, very shocking. These are the things that you must understand and bear in mind. That the same difficulties Ojukwu encountered against Igbo people especially, and some Efulefus from Ijoland, from Ibibio, are we all not suffering now? Who is having fun? I'm asking you. Hence, the river that sold out to Biafra, is he not dead? Was he not killed by a Fulani man? By a Janjaweed? Who are the people that own the oil wells we have today in Ijoland, in Ogoniland, in Ibibio, in Anan, in Efik land? I'm asking them, the idiots that refer to themselves as South, I want to ask you a simple question. How many oil wells do you have in your land? That was what Ojukwu was fighting for. So you can have access to your own resources, but out of your stupidity, your idiocy and foolishness, you sided Abacha, you sided Muhammad, you sided the Obasanjos of this world. Today, all the billionaires you have, not one single Biafran is among them, not one single Easterner. The only thing that you idiots specialize in is fighting those who are fighting for your freedom. That is how foolish some of you are. You are foolish beyond redemption. After fighting Ojukwu from 67 to 70, how is your life today, I ask you? How is your life? It's a very simple question. Ojukwu went to Aburi to go and get restructuring for all of you to make your lives better. The same way that their propaganda machine led by the BBC managed it, because we are black people. Just like today we are celebrating New Year's Day, a Gregorian New Year's Day. Because one pope somewhere decided that he wants to be having his Christmas every winter. That is all. He changed the calendar of the world, turned it upside down. Today we are celebrating Gregorian New Year. When you go to Africa and see how people are celebrating the New Year, nobody's asking any question. Is this the actual beginning of the year? Nobody's asking. That was how they brainwashed all of you, washed away your brains and your common sense. You can no longer reason. That is why after Arabs must have sold us as commodities, the Europeans came, took us into the Americas as slaves, sold our children as slaves. Today we are still being killed in some parts of America, isn't it? A boy was killed in Ireland just the other day. After they finished, now the Chinese are coming. Every race in the world will always enter into Africa because they understand how foolish Africans are. They know we are going to be fighting each other and not them. They understand what I call the genetic defects and deficiency in the brain of a black man. They understand it very well. The same thing is happening to us. Omahi could not defend you when the Fulanis came. None of your so-called governors could defend you when the Fulanis came. The same people are today saying they're against Eastern Security Network, and some of you are foolish enough to be listening to them. But when Uzowan was attacked in Enugu, people slaughtered, including a girl that came back home from Canada. None of you did anything. You did nothing. Do you see how black people reason? That is the reason why God gave me this revelation many years ago, that the greatest obstacle to the progress of a black man is in his brain, that a black man cannot reason. A black man cannot reason. Fulanis, they come to your land, they attack you, they rape your mothers, they abduct your daughters. What are you going to do about it? It's a very simple question. For very many years, we kept quiet to see if you can do anything about it. But you did nothing. All we did was to lament. Oh, there's been this kidnapping here. Fulani has destroyed crops here. They have killed us here. They have fight our village. Every year, every week, we kept on lamenting with no concrete action. Only lamentation, lamentation, lamentation. Now that those chosen by God to fight for his land has risen up to set up Eastern Security Network, some of the idiots, I wouldn't even say it is them, some of the idiots, some of the fools, some of the people fathered by Janjaweed, they are busy telling you the governors are against it. These are not against it. It's Nnamdi Kanu's militia. But Amoteku is there. They'll tell you it was set up by law. There's a law guiding it. Which law is that? Show me in the constitution of the zoo. And when you point out Mieti Yala vigilante to them, they shut their mouth. What they have now done is to go to DSS. Every day DSS will manufacture one group. That doesn't exist. That does not exist. Because they understand the mind of a black monkey in Africa. That they don't listen. Once they keep telling you, this Igbo group is against ESM, that Eastern group is against Nnamdi Kanu, if they keep repeating the same lie and that they know you are black people, one day it will click into your mind. And you start to question ESN. Then that time they will bring what is left of their army. We know how many soldiers they have in the zoo, and we know that we have more men under arms than them in the zoo. We know why we lost the war. We are not going to lose this very war. I'm telling you, before God and man, we can't lose it. Heaven is my witness, we can never lose it. They are going to die in our land. They are going to die in Biafra land. and their homes will be taken over by the monster that they bred. There is something some of you do not understand in this. Sometimes when I go through Zoom, in fact, I say to myself, God, in my next life, I can never come to Africa. I don't want to reach the idiots who cannot reason very well. Let me tell you what is going to happen in the north. For some of you who do not know, it has started happening already. Do you know that the mother of Buratai died? Buratai could not go to his house. He's the army general, commanding all the armies of the zoo. He couldn't go for his mother's burial. Are you aware of that? In Bron, he couldn't go. Why do you think so? Do you know that Isa Funtua died? He was not buried in his village, he was buried in Abuja. Are you aware that Abat Yari died? Abat Yari was not buried in his hometown, in one of the Brano villages. He was buried, so they claim in Abuja. Do you know that Samunda is dead? Do you know that everybody who has risen up to take over, do you know that the entire Fulani cabal that I was telling you about before, that they're all dead? Are you aware of that? Buhari is dead. Abat Yari is dead. Isa Funtua is dead. Samunda is dead. Are you aware of that, all of you? Are you aware of that? No, you don't know. This war is being waged in the spiritual realm for some of you who don't understand. The reason why they have not announced the death of Mama and Daura is because they said if they announce it now, I will look for the next person to curse. Go and ask them in Abuja, that's what they're saying. Anybody who rises up to become the head of the cabal, you will die. You have an eternal curse placed on you. And Mama and Daura is dead, of course he's dead. The entire cabal is dead. If you don't know, let me tell you. They're just playing games, I'm telling you the truth. But this year, they can't escape it. Something is going to happen to the zoo that any ear that hears it will vibrate forever and ever. God will destroy Nigeria completely and totally. I want to let Britain understand this. I want them to do all they can to save their zoo that they created for the habitation of idiots who cannot reason in Africa, especially Nigerians. I need them to understand this very carefully. Do all you can to save your zoo. You cannot save it. Watch and see what is going to happen. The Janjaweed are coming from all over the Sahel with their camel, bringing in every manner of sophisticated weaponry. Not to come and fight Biafrans, of course not, but to come and finish all these vultures. They are in a very serious mess, I assure you. I gave them 2 examples: Yemen, Somalia, and Syria. That is what is going to obtain in the northern part of the zoo. They can't escape it. So some of you disturbing yourself or distressing yourselves as to what we are going through this very day, you don't have to worry, because we know where we're going. And so far so good, that I can assure you. Today is our eternal leader not vindicated. Today Fulani is telling you we are now ready for restructuring. The same restructuring that Ojukwu went to Abuja and negotiated, and Britain said no. Fulani said no to restructuring. Now they want to restructure back to regions. The same thing that Ojukwu cried and complained for, that some Igbo people rose against Ojukwu, is it not the same thing they're asking for today? The same Niawodo, talking about restructuring, Niawodo's father was a traitor, a saboteur of the highest order. He fought against Ojukwu. The same way Niawodo is fighting against me today, after the father's foolishness and treachery. Today the son is talking about restructuring. Let us restructure back to the region. The same thing Ojukwu went for, and your father said no to it. These are the people that are your leaders. Do you now understand what we are fighting? We must make it very, very clear that we are in a struggle for liberation. There is no democracy in a revolution. We are in a perpetual state of a revolution. There is no democracy. We are a quasi-military organization, not in terms of our outlook or pursuit of what we believe in, but in terms of how we are structured. It is called command and control. That is why we are the highest, the largest mass movement in the world. When Biafra comes, you can do all the democracy in your life that you want. There are a lot of things that we are doing that we cannot tell you. When we tell you sometimes, oh, but why are you telling us? You don't have to tell us. But when we don't tell you, you also complain. Oh, why haven't you told us? So we cannot win. The money goes small decay. If you take them up, they say, you know, small decay is the dead body of a white thought mind those days. White colonialists. What is the district commissioner? Take him up, you say no. Bring him down, you say no. If we don't tell you what we are doing, you say we are not doing anything. And when we tell you, you say, oh, we are talking too much or refilling everything. The same thing that is happening to our people today. Do you know how much money we have spent releasing those that we came in to kill in the north? Do you know how much we have spent? Releasing them, making sure we pay their bail bond to free them from the clutches of Fulani Janjaweed, murderers and killers. Do you know how much we spend on a daily basis? No, you don't know. But somebody will come and ask you, where is our money going? They have seen the widows we are taking care of. They have seen those we are putting through school. They know those who have flown abroad for medical treatment. That is how evil some people can be sometimes. And that is why it is only those of us at the top that know everything. You can't know everything because some of you don't know how to manage information. You have no idea how to manage information. We Biafrans, we have a lot of enemies. That is why you need to school yourself. You need to be hardened in terms of your devotion to this very noble cause. Some of you don't know what we encounter on a daily basis. Do you know that I've been to ICC before to give evidence? I never wanted to say it. Do you know I've been to ICC, International Criminal Court, to give evidence before? They said we shouldn't announce it. I kept quiet all these years. Are you aware of that? I went to ICC myself to go and give evidence. Are you aware of that? And some people came with me and they were there with me. Those who can vouch. I went to ICC to go and give evidence about Operation Pattern Dance and the effort of the zoo to exterminate our people. I'm just saying it for the first time. But if we don't say these things, it's as if nothing is happening. We are like a duck in a pond. When you see the serenity of the movement of a duck or a swan in a lake or a pond, you think their glide through the surface of the water is just effortless. But just right underneath the surface, what's propelling them is their feet. They are working very hard to move forward, but you can never see it. But when you're observing it from afar, you will think that a dog or a swan is just gliding through the surface of the water. You don't know that there's a lot of hard work going on underneath. These are the things that people do not appreciate nor understand. Without me telling you today, will you know? Go and ask them. They know those I took to ICC with me to go and give evidence. And that is why those idiots, I feel sorry for them. The likes of everybody who has a hand in the death of Biafrans, I feel sorry for you, because we will never forgive nor forget what you have done. Never, ever, ever. Not now, not tomorrow, not ever. We Biafrans, we have a lot of enemies, understand this very well. I just want to give you one or two examples so that you have that can guide you in terms of your reasoning and your decision making. You know that Google is against us, are you aware of that? All of you well know that Facebook is against us. Even Twitter is against us, are you aware of that? Some of you don't understand what that is why sometimes I say there has to be a compulsory lesson in the history of Biafra for everybody who aspires to be a principal officer of state. You need to understand the demons you are fighting. Do you know that only a few months ago, if you go to Google and type in IPOB, you will see us, you will see everything there about IPOB fighting for Biafra and all the rest of it. Are you aware of that? I ask you to go this evening now or morning, afternoon, depending on where you are. Go and type in IPOB on Google search engine. They'll start quoting you in New York Stock Exchange. It started happening only 2 months ago. They bought them over. What they want to do is to airbrush our presence away from the minds of people. If you go and you Google Nnamdi Kanu, you will see all the fake news from DSS. That's what you will see. This Ipob group says no to ESN. That Ipob group, they don't exist. Go and Google the name of one of the people they claim is leading one of these groups. They don't exist. That is the news that you find under my name when you do Google search. You go to Biafra, the same. Our own Ipob, indigenous people of Biafra. Just type before you type in Ipob, it's only our news. Now you go there, it's about stock exchange in America. That is how they work. Because you people think we are fighting Fulani. Who's Fulani? These are stark illiterates. Animals are better than them. They can't reason very well. These are stark illiterates. Are they educated? You can see what the mess they have done of the economy, the security, everything in the zoo is down the drain because of them. An exclusive Fulani government, you see how wretchedly incompetent they are. Do you think they can stop Biafra? Of course not. If they're stopping Biafra, it's in Britain now, you know that? And their allies, because they know what Biafra is all about. But some of you don't know this. That is why sometimes you lose focus. Let me tell you what's happened during the colonial era in Africa. The white man came to Africa with 25,000 men, 5,000 white people. They came. They were called the West Africa Frontier Force. They were established in the Gold Coast, then Ghana. Only 5,000 British soldiers came. But for Britain to conquer the rest of the Anglophone Africa, they needed black people to do it for them. And that's what we're facing today. To this very morning. You know what they did? They went to Ghana, they hired Ghanaian men, black men, to help them to come from Badagry to conquer all their fellow blacks for them. You know, so if you seriously think about the brain and nature of a black man, believe me, you drink poison tonight and you die. Colonialism in Africa became possible because a few white people came down to West Africa, convinced other black people to help a white man to go and conquer their fellow black people, and they happily did it. In return for their children going to Eton and Oxford or Cambridge, they now came back as the so-called pioneer nationalists. But none of you ever knew that they came to do the bidding of the white master. That is one thing that a black man cannot understand nor unravel. And that is the beginning and end of the problem of black people all over the world. Look at how Britain is using Fulani illiterates to subjugate all of you. You cannot see it because you are daft. They gave you your name, Nigeria, didn't they? They gave you all the festivals on your calendars that you celebrate. Nobody ever got up one day to say, if God created all men equal, how come a black man cannot go to Europe and give them all these holidays? Nobody, absolutely nobody is doing that or willing to do that. They can never do it. They can never ever do it. These are the things that our people need to appreciate. That is why when they recruit them, look at how full and ordinary from Natinama. Kato there has recruited somebody who's an engineer, Umahi. Who claims he went to school? He's a lawyer. Those controlling media are Kato headers in Natinama. People who cannot even spell their own names. Are you aware of that? The same thing that the white man did to us when they came, the white man trained the Fulanis to be doing to all of you. And what they're looking like idiots. They came to Imo State and they picked Hopes of them, a wretched fool, and put him in office in Douglas House. Now he has given a part of the law to Mietiala. And all of you are just there looking. Oh, what are we going to do? We need to unite. Now that Ipob is doing something tangible, instead of you instead of the idiocy you're suffering from to leave you. Where is the law backing ESN? Where is the law backing Fulani Janjaweedism? Where is the law backing Fulani bandits raping our mothers? When a girl was butchered in Uli, butchered and cut into pieces, what did you do? What did you do? I'm asking you. What did you do? When people are in water, even this day, killing people, maiming and killing. Pandef, what did you do? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Now that we have done something, some of you idiots. Anyway, I pray that the Fulani come. I want them to come, let's be honest. I want them to come. Remember what I told you many years ago? They will kill us. We will kill them. In the end, Biafra will come. Everything I tell you comes to pass. They will know that gently they will come. They are foolish. By nature, they are very hopeless. They will come. This time around, we will turn Biafra land into a burial ground for terrorists. They will understand how serious we are. We have raised it. It's no longer coming down until freedom is declared. They understand that very well. They understand that very well. There is need for us to remain focused. Going into this 2021, focused. Don't allow yourselves to become distracted. That was what happened to us during the war. Had we fought that war up until August or September of 1970, we would have won. That would have been victory. Nixon would have stepped in. That would have been victory. But we gave up as we always do. Nnamdi, after a little, mental toughness is not in us. After a little thing, we just give up. Look at Trump, how Trump is fighting. It is not saying, why don't you concede now? Why don't you give up now? Hey, give up now. Let's leave it for God. Let God do it. Trump said no. Because in a first world like the United States of America, any hint of electoral fraud ought to be investigated. These are white people. You think they're going to you think they are black Africans? No. I'm not saying that Biden did not win. I'm not saying that. But there are evidence of electoral fraud, and it is being investigated. Look at all of you in Africa. Look at all of you are debating. How many people are on the electoral roll? How many people actually voted? Can you mark their signatures? That is how human beings reason in disease. Let's leave it now for God. Hey, it's 2023. Let's leave it now. These UG black people, we must be focused. A lot of things are happening. And this evening, I must make you understand this. We are not folding our arms, and we're not going to allow them to overrun us. They have overrun parts of Benue. That is their game plan. That is one thing of why he doesn't know. Wike doesn't know. Obiano, all these idiotic governors, or maybe they know. The allure of being a vice president to Janjaweed is what is propelling them. Do you know that Benue State, they want to install a Sadwana in Otrubo? In Otrubo? They want to put Sadwana there. Now, let me say this thing to the so-called middle belt. Of course, Otrubo is part and parcel of Biafra, but let me, for the benefit of this very analysis, let's call them middle belt. Do you remember that you fought against Ojukwu? Do you remember that the same propaganda they're using now to get some of you influenced, they deployed it in the middle belt? They told them Ojukwu is here to take over their land, to dominate them, to make their life a misery. They foolishly fought against Biafra. But today, the man that told you that Ojukwu is your problem is planning to install a Sadwana in Otrubo. What does that mean? Because some of you do not know history. You have no knowledge of history. You know, some of you go through Zoo primary school, Zoo secondary school, Zoo university. You know nothing. Your brains are empty. As one man, I think it was a professor that said that a graduate in Nigeria is more dangerous than an illiterate, because half education is dangerous. You know the price of everything and the value of nothing. Look at your history books. The same game they played in Kobe, in Sokoto, is happening now at your doorstep in Otrubo. Sadwana in Otrubo. This is your one Nigeria for you. Anybody who, do you see why I said anybody who believes in Nigeria, I swear to God Almighty in heaven, I actually swear that I am live on air. I don't regard you as a human being. Once you get up and you say, I am a Nigerian, heaven knows you are lower, before my sight, you are lower than an animal. You're one Nigeria. Ojukwu is your problem. Igbo is your problem. Nnamdi Kanu is your problem. Biafra is your problem. They have come to Trubo. First, they divide you. That's what they do. They divide you and they conquer you piecemeal by piecemeal, territory after territory. Have you seen it? They have come out of Trubo. The same place they couldn't penetrate for nearly 5,000 years. They have now come. How did they succeed? Because they told you that you're different. You're not part of them. You're part of us. North. The one North. Igbo man is your problem. Now, Fulani is your problem, isn't it? Sadwana of Oturubo. That land is gone. And unless they fight, he's gone forever and ever. I'm telling you the truth. They have to join us and fight. You must fight. You have to fight. If you don't fight, your land is gone. Because what's going to happen is when they have the election, Fulani man is a INEC chairman. You know they're going to remove Obaseki very soon. Obaseki will be out from the state. They'll take him out. Certificate forgery is gone. Do you know what they will do? They will impose their people on you. Who voted for Hope Uzodimma? Some people today in Imo State are saying, our governor, I keep asking myself, are you sure you created these people? Are they human beings? Who voted for him? Nobody. The same way it was an experiment. As you have accepted Hope Uzodimma, so will you accept whoever they impose as Ohaneze President General. And your lives are over. And then what they will do now is to be fighting IPOB. And some of you very gullibly and very foolishly, without the benefit of common sense, reasoning or understanding, will join them. Because you are foolish. The only thing that you need to ask these people is this. The only question you need to ask them is this. Who killed the girl Atuli? Who killed her? Who killed the girl Atuli and cut her body into pieces? All these people now issuing statement after statement. Of course, I know they are fake. And I'm saying now that DSS is issuing fake statement after fake statement. Who issued a statement when that lady was murdered? She was raped and cut into pieces. An Igbo woman. How many Igbo groups will tell them to speak? All these idiots now writing their long epistles for Nation newspaper, for Sahara reporters writing garbage. How many of you wrote your epistle when your sister was raped by uncircumcised Fulani Janjaweed and her body cut into pieces in our land, an abomination? You said nothing. These are the people now that some of you idiots are listening to. When they went to one, go and Google it, one, that in fact one was calling Buhari, then Buhari refused to take his call. Go and check it until the Fulani is finished massacring our people there. What did you do? Nothing. And you think that under my watch I'm going to allow the Fulani Janjaweed to overrun our land? We will all die. I told you that I'm coming, that I'll bring hell with me. You think I've forgotten? Anything I tell them I'm going to do it. And I will come. And I will bring hell with me. Because nobody is going to stop us. Nobody is going to stop us. Everywhere there is kidnapping, everywhere you go to, bandits are killing. Just Google it, it's in the news. Every blessed day, people are dying. People are being kidnapped. Every blessed day. And some idiots are getting up and talking about one Nigeria. Do you see how foolish some idiots are? You are talking about one Nigeria when in Oturubo there is a Sadwana in Oturubo. All of us must understand this, that Eastern Security Network has come to stay, is not going anywhere. Everybody in the international community is aware of our sensitization efforts. And now the world understands that the main perpetrators of violent attacks against our people, against everybody, including even some Fulani peasants, are extremists from the north, spearheaded by the Fulani Caliphate. Before the coming of IPOB, the Fulani, through the aid of the British government and their Zoom media that they control, have always lied about the reality of events in the zoo, Everything is farmer header clash. These are people taking over the land of the indigenous populations. This left the international community confused for very many years until we came and spent a whole lot of money on our consultants in Washington. It is not hidden. The Department of Justice in America has the details of our contract, and somebody will rise up and say, oh, but where are they spending all the money? Asking him what they're doing with her. The idiots, some fools who are aware of our financial commitments all over the world. That was when I knew that some people are satanic. Some people are I don't know from where they came from to even join Ipob in the first place. Department of Justice in America has our contract, which the zoo Garabashe has been talking about for very many years. It's there how much we pay them on a monthly basis. And some people are evil by nature. It's not going to deter us. We continue to move. Are you aware that in Enugu, a Fulani man shot dead a traditional ruler wearing a police uniform? This is the one Nigeria that wants to do that. This is one Nigeria. Go and tell the family of that traditional ruler about one Nigeria. A policeman, because he's a Fulani. Can you imagine an Igbo man, constable or inspector, going to the north and killing an emir? What do you think will happen? They will kill every Igbo person in that state. But in Enugu, because you people, you allow them, these insults you're receiving is because of, your envy. An Igbo man is very envious by nature. Very envious to the point of destruction. Now look at the Igbo they have killed, the Eze they killed in Enugu. What is going to happen? Nothing. Because you have women, I wouldn't insult women, please, forgive me. You have wretched, lily-livered cowards as your political leaders. I ask you this question: do you think an Igbo policeman can go to the north and go to storm a village and kill an emir? Is that possible? No. But it's happening in your land. And you open your dirty mouth to say you're a Nigerian. God punish you. Punish you now and punish you forever. The one Nigeria, mad people everywhere. Bandits from Mali are trying to enter Nigeria through Oyo, Makinde. Who hasn't heard that? So you want me to remain in Biafra land and allow people from Mali to come to my village and build a settlement in my village from Mali? Let me say what's going to happen this year. We will start with the saboteurs in our land. I'm telling you the truth. Anytime start anyone that collaborates with DSS to issue a statement, bring the person's name and the address. I'm saying it live on air. When it will start happening in our land, I will be in The Hague, very close to ICC. They don't need to write any letter to me. Once they say come, I'll just walk in. Anybody from today onwards, anytime you read a statement, we are against ESN, we are against Eastern Security Network, get what's the name of that person and the village he comes from and his address, and you hear what will happen to the idiot. You hear what happened to them. Have you not seen or read what is going on here? People from Mali. Are you telling me that I should allow, Omahi is telling me that I should allow people from Mali under the guise of Fulani to come in the sea and build a settlement? Like, what type of God made people, for goodness sake? Are you people human beings at all? You idiots! It is here, it is not from Radio Biafra, it is not from any Biafra-friendly publication. This is from Premium Times, a Fulani newspaper publication. Bandits, terrorists from Mali, they come to EEC and they and build a settlement. And because Omahi wants to be vice president to whoever in 2023, because of that, I should allow a terrorist all the way from Mali to come and build settlement in Ebonyi State. Is that what you're saying to me? Is that what you're saying? No, let's be very clear. Is that what you're saying to me? Then tell me why thunder will not fire you. Just explain to me why God will not destroy you and your lineage. You hate yourself that much? If you see the idiotic governance that you have, these are the idiots, the wretched fools that you have. That is why Biafra is going to. We don't care how long it takes. We don't care. We are going to keep fighting until Biafra is restored, or we all die. If Biafra doesn't come, we all perish. And I will lead it from the front. And when it happens, I will tell you I'm here, leading this very battle from the front. If you're nursing this idea of your stupid one Nigeria, may thunder consume you. May thunder that has not clapped yet consume, lightning and thunder consume you. You have seen that the zoo is a cesspit of evil. You don't go to school, you don't have electricity, you don't have running water, you allow them to divide you all the time. I don't know why you people are not mentally tough. Look at the NSAS, they brought in religion, they brought in tribe, and all of you fell apart. Some stupid journalists in Lagos, idiotic Yoruba journalists in Lagos, tell that nonsense, Igbos are destroying our properties. And all of you just capitulated and fell apart. That means you are not ready for a revolution. You don't want your lives to change. Because in a revolution, there is no other side consideration apart from the goal and the mission in front, which is freedom. It's the Christians against Muslims, Jews against the Christians. He said he wants to bring Judaism. We are Christians, so we are Seventh-day Adventist Church. He is from Assemblies of God Church. You allow yourselves to be divided. That means you are not ready to make that move towards freedom. That was how NSAS fell apart last year. Just like that. You allow them to divide you. Every time, the same thing they are trying to do in Biafra land, the same thing they have done for years. No, Igbo is not Igbo. Igbo is not Igbo. And from Anyama is not Igbo. You keep allowing yourselves to be divided, whereas those dividing you are bringing their brothers from Mali. Are you see how foolish you are? Do you see how stupid and idiotic you are? I'm not Igbo. I'm from Niger Delta. Look at me, a lawyer for that matter. But the person telling him to say he is not Igbo is bringing their own people from Senegal, from Gambia, from Mali to come and build settlement in LM. In LM. Are you aware of that? These are people that claim the way. You know, when a Biafran claimed they went to school and a lawyer, you know, the person is a complete animal and a complete fool. The person telling you to say your name is Niger Delta and Niger and South. He is busy bringing uniting Fulani in Niger Republic, in Cameroon, in Chad, in Mali. Why can't your brain ever tell you something? Because we are very foolish. This is a New Year's message. What we are saying this year is that we are going to intensify our efforts to flush out. They will try us, so don't think they will not come. They will come. Of course they will try us. Forget how that Razmataz flying a deadbeat helicopter flying all over the Nile rubbish. We are waiting for them to commit their men on the ground. You know, it is very easy for them. The mistake, another mistake I made, what we should have done when I left prison in 2017 is to go into a bush. You know, they specialize in killing civilians and burning down houses. That's what they do. Also in the bush, they can't come in. You are fighting Boko Haram in a savannah, in a grassland. You cannot defeat them. And you want to come into a rainforest. It took Britain 40 years. And the Sabotual, it took Britain 40 years, their court murder Sabotuals, to penetrate our land. 40 years! Imagine Buratai. Look at Buratai. He looks smelly. Now looking at him, he looks dirty. I know he smells. By just smelling, he looks physically, his physical appearance, you know he's a very filthy idiot. Look at Buratai. Something that took Britain 40 years, our fathers, when there was no internet, when people could not go and learn how to build an explosive within 5 minutes. It took them 40 years to move from Calabar to Otubu. 40 years. Then let Buratai come. Let me make one thing very clear. Fulani, they are very foolish, they will come. Expansionism is in their blood. They want to take other people's territory. That is how they are wired genetically. They're telling me that Fulani can come from Mali to come and take our land, kill my sister, rape my mother, kill my sister, and do settlement in the name of one Nigeria. It won't happen, no? It won't happen. And all these idiots, because of presidencies, are turn to go and chop. Obasanjo was president for 8 years. Are Yorubas having fun? All of you idiots with your stupid, idiotic Igbo presidency. For 8 years, you're clamoring for presidency because you want to go and eat your own. It's your turn. Maybe one of these idiotic criminals can get in there. You start eating, you start traveling and living large. You are dreaming. Seriously, all of you are dreaming. Anyway, I'm not going to tell you what's going to happen until it happens. But I know that the idiots are coming. And when they come, it is a lesson of their lives. And no Sabo will go free. Don't think you're Sabo, all these idiots go on down to the bridge, writing rubbish from Lagos. You detribalized idiot. We will find you in that place where you are. We will find you where you are. This year will be a year of cleansing our land, of Sabo. Cleansing. That thing that will happen in 2033, let it happen now. That ICC, let us all go there. Because if I go to ICC, they will ask me to bring people to testify either for or against me. Isn't it? Well, then we'll call witnesses then from the zoo. Sabo is a problem in our land, and it's about time that they're dealt with. I'm saying it live so the whole world can hear. Sabo in our land must be dealt with henceforth. Because if if they make a phone call and there is nobody to pick their call, I'm sure the story is not very well. This nonsensical garbage called Nigeria must come to an end. We are going to fight for our freedom. We will keep fighting for our freedom until that freedom is attained, until we get it. There is no two ways about it. We are not going to stop. Not
like white dogs. So what I am saying is that we Biafrans must prioritize our needs. We are human beings. We say we know more than every other living being, but in their own capacity, they have adopted a way to survive. If we cannot compete with you, we will find a way to survive. Have you ever imagined you say you kill a chicken and at the approaching date it will disappear? They have been watching you. They have been watching what's been happening around them, how they are killed. At a certain stage, at a certain event, they will say, okay, maybe, boom, they take off running. What are we doing as human beings to safeguard ourselves? We are very good at telling stories. We are very good at calling attention of the world. If you are playing politics, how are you going to survive? What am I saying? Look at the political ceremony going around. Biafrans have no business in this election, and the evidence is becoming clear. You have a presidential candidate. He selects his own vice president, and you kick against it. We are telling you Nigeria is not one. The evidence is there that Nigeria is not one. And the evidence is as clear as daylight that we are not one. And we are not going to be one. We lie to ourselves. We convince ourselves that there is something up there waiting for us that over 60, 70 years we've never received. Is it today that you're going to receive it? The answer is capital N-O. Do you have to choose a presidential candidate and a vice candidate, be it on the platform of your region? The moment you start picking a presidential candidate and then you go and pick the other one because he's from southeast, he is from south, the only thing is that you're picking somebody not because that person is qualified, not because you like that person, you just want to politically draw in voters. And you being the president, you will carry out your program, whether your vice likes it or not. They have used you to gather the votes of your people. There was one that caught my attention, the Muslim president and vice president. And what do people do? They cake the dust. Why will you select a candidate based on Muslim? I mean, the question is, why are you asking? Are you blind? Don't you live in the Nigerian society? Don't you know that you're not one? Don't you know that they don't trust you? How can you expect a Muslim to trust you? Somebody that have called you an infidel. Somebody that without any reservation have expressed dissatisfaction with you. And you expect them to come and select you. And the same people are killing you. And the world is talking about the religious persecution in Nigeria. Muslims killing Christians. And they have given you a typical example of what is to come. A Muslim presidential contender choosing a Muslim vice president. That is Islamic agenda. Oh, why are you asking? Yoruba candidate, for instance, picks up Igbo vice president. Oh yeah, the South is coming. They are trying to drive away the North. We are not the same. There is nothing you can do to convince people that you have clear mind. Evidence have shown that there is nothing like clear mind. Evidence has shown that there is hatred. Evidence has shown that you are not wanted in that environment. Therefore, paddle your own canoe, go your own way. Why is it difficult? Why is it becoming so difficult for us to accept the differences and move on? Yeah, we're here talking about every day one Nigeria. There is no truth whatsoever in that nation. We have told you, Ipob does not play politics. Let me give you an example. When people see run into a problem, they run to Ipob. In a Zak community, they were attacked by the Fulanis. The Fulanis killed them. The Fulanis are attacking Biafran communities all over Biafran communities. The Fulanis are attacking them. What shocks me most and what shocks you most is that when we talk about IPOB and ESN, people misbehave. They misbehave in the sense that, we have IPOB. They know you're there. Their confidence is that you have IPOB. And they over-reassured that they have ESN. It's like money in the bank. Then the money you're making, what are you doing with it? I don't care. I'll do whatever I want to do because nothing will happen. IPOB is there. ESN is there. They will protect us. And the same people are calling your attention, saying this is what is happening. This is the way to go. We ignore them. You immerse yourself into political jamboree. And then you have the Fulanis in your village doing numbers on you. What do you say? ESN, where are you? IPOB, where are you? Does that make sense? Does that make sense? You know you have IPOB. You know you have ESN. And that's your hope. That hope has been given to you. How do you make up for the difference? Nike nike kaji arolo. Nalo no nike nike. You cannot do that when you are not listening. We have told you that this political game going on is for the birds. The same people marginalized, the same people persecuted, the same people whose wives, daughters, were mothers and grandmothers that are raped, are coming to you to say politics. When Nigeria, you agree? If you agree, why are you crying? Why are you calling up your BNS to come and save you? Save you from who? Save you from the same jaws of lion and crocodiles and python. But we are telling you, run away. Don't be around the python. Don't be around the crocodile. Don't be around the lion. You say, no, the IPOB is there and the ESN is there. Then when you get the fallout, you start looking for IPOB and ESN. And this is the same IPOB and ESN that your enemies are demonizing. And case in point, if you're not getting it, did the Arawas not form their own security outfit? How many times have they been attacked? And not to confirm theirs, how many times have they been attacked? It is only in Biafra land that everything concerning Biafra is a crime. You as an individual walking down the street, you are a criminal. They have criminalized your land, they have criminalized you, they have criminalized your parents, they have criminalized anything that has to do with Biafra. Therefore, you are an infidel. And some people act like whatever is going on is not meant for them. I won't money IPOB, I won't money ESN. Who are you? Where do you belong? The same people you are denying are the first people you have to call when there is problem. The same people you are denying, the same people being accused demonized, so that they will have their way. You have no brain to question. Why are you attacking everybody and calling them IPOB and ESN? They know more than you do. They know that you as a Biafran, you as somebody from the eastern region, you are the same. One and only the same. No difference. If they can establish that, if they can stand by it and kill you, why are you denying who you are? And why are you running to them? You want to survive, and you are running to them. To do what? To save you? Well, if you think they can save you, go ahead. Go ahead. You are being decimated. Our leader is paying the price. Our leader saw what was coming. The head of our movement, we should rally around. We should ensure that we prove to him that we cherish him. But instead, we are disappointing him. In what way? And in which way? In what way and in which way? You are a Biafran. Your enemies know that you are a Biafran. Your enemies know your capabilities. You watch them very ill, and vehicles they would use to shoot and destroy your villages. And level it. I told you what our leader said. There will come a time. They will invade you. They will kill you. He was exonerated by our own people watching the trooping in of the Fulanis and their gadgets of war. You are not asking questions. If you are playing politics, if you are saying that you want to conduct election for president for who? For what part of the country? If your main objective is to conquer the East or the South in general, and you are throwing in all these armored personnel carriers and tanks, what's the objective? If we say this can be solved by electing a president, why are you saturating Biafra land, the South, with Boko Haram, bandits, cattle herdsmen, mighty Allah, with tanks? Is it the remaining people you kill will come and vote? And if you know you're conducting election for president, why are you in the first place attacking the zone? Meanwhile, while you are very prominent in your southern region, in Borno, in Maiduguri, in Zamfara, those are the areas you have the bandits operating. Now they have sneaked into Biafra. Why are you not attacking them from that source? You will not. Because that is the tactics you are using to conquer the South. If all those tanks you are sending to the south, you are divert them to the hotspots like Borno and Maiduguri and other, things will be better. No, you are not doing that. And then our own people are watching the arrival of these war machines, and they are saying, we are voting for president. It is surprising, unacceptable, and very demoralizing. That brings me to the initial analysis I made about the cock and the dog. The dog is there. As aggressive as the dog might be, but the cock has his own plan to face the dog. Don't get too close. I have the next to play. I have my claws. So now you're trained and I have my claws and I have my wings. I can fly here and gouge out your eyes. Because you're still trained up. Even the cock has strategy. How to survive. What are your plans with regard to how to survive? How are you going to survive? Our leader has given you the roadmap. He has spoken to you. Does it mean if he's not around, things come to a standstill? No. The system he put in place is still there. You saw how the system was battled, besieged to destroy it. This is our people. And we must, as a matter of urgency, follow directions, command and control. You attacked it, it stayed in place, now we know why. All those that questioned command and control, now you see how they turned out. They were the ones sent to come and dismantle what our leader put in place. And today is dawning on them. Today they know that IPOB is strong. They know that our leader planned very well. They know that nothing we can do to stop us. We are here. We are here. The people will be here in a second, so this is the way it is. Planning, strategy, when it comes to survival, that is what we should be doing. Yeah, go ahead. Over to you, Mazi.
Areze ndamari gainti ndekale nde wonu asem yadro kulamma de ronen talamma yadro nya ngula lamma de ko nyaba lamma e bo ble no da nudum logi ko to wuna asem ginde wo kira bo gen su kondem bala radio Biafra obanye la de da nyu Kenya ni de da lo sin nangana bo tambo Wednesday o gare je gbetarunu nzukọ ndị ngwala redio Biafra anyị na redio Biafra US ebe anyị katakwana kụrụ niile na-abata je bụla redio Biafra London taa mbụ abalị 13 n'ime ọnwa asaa n'afọ mbụ 2022 mmadụ asọ ọhaneze dị ike anyị ntị ebe ọ bụla ịnọdụ ala olu anyị asịmodo dịrị iwu ya ma anaghị mma n'oge ya ma anaghị mma n'afọ ya ma anaghị mma n'akwọ ya ma anaghị mma n'ọwụwa anyanwụ ya ma kwara mma n'ọdịda anyanwụ ya ma anaghị mma n'aka iri ya ma anaghị mma n'aka ịkpa ya ma anaghị mma n'ihu ya ma anaghị mma n'azụ mmadụ asị ebe ọbụla ị nọ n'ala Biafra ị nọ n'ala Naijiria ị nọ na mba ofesi mpaghara ọbụla ị nọdụ ala ugbu anyị n'agbanyeghịkwa oge gị na oge dị ugbu a ada m ese ihe ọma wo anyị asọma ndị ngwa ndị mụrụ m leyi otu ndị anyị maazị ulu na-awụnụ ka anọ nkawo olu n'otu ole oge akara akịla a na-asịta anyụkwaba emeghu anyị a na-abịa nada ohe n'ụlọ ọhịa anyị maazị Nnamdi Kanu mepere anyị ọsị ma anyị nọ nga na metewa n'ọbụ na bụ nga anyị gị na mee ya mmadụ asị ebe ọbịa ndị ala olu anyị n'oge oge ugbu a asị gị ya dịrị mmawo ya mara gị mmawo ya mara gị mma mara asị ya mara mma ndị ka anyị ndị egwome ndị ka asịlọba ekwe ekele ihu asaa ndị ka anyị na-anabata nnụnụ kwe na-ekele ya rela abụ nkwụ asịlọbụ na ike ọbịa ọjị ya ka ahụ si bịa maọbụ ike ọbịa ọjị ekwu ihe sikpe ndị ka anyị na-egbe na-ekele kwuo n'ọjị na-asị ebe ọbụla ị nọ mbụ nwa afọ Biafra taa na olu ndị ngwale edugbo asị gị ya maa mma ndị ka na-adị na nhụ na-adị ka oke akwụkwọ otu okwu anyị mpụrụ ọnụ anyị adị na-ekpofu ya ọ na-arụ ụtọ ọrụ nọ n'ụzọ ebiala ibe emere onye ihe isi onye chọrọ ịhụ n'ọkụ ma ọ dị mmiri ọ ganaghị fọtụ ya ọ dịkwara ịkpa ya ọkụ ire akwa ya ọkụ ire agba kpụkpere akụ eji nkụ apịrịpa nkụ achara nkụ gbụba nkụ ahaba ma nkụ ma ohu niile na-agwụla iyi ya ka ha ishọra tonwe ike nri n'ọbụkwu n'oghere gị fọtụ ya ndị ka na ọ bụrụ ha anyị ndị ka oke na hụ anyị ishọra adị na gara akpọ anyị ndị na-ekwe ya ọkụ dịkwa agba mkpụkpere akụ afọ ukwe n'ọbụ onye na-adịghị ndala ekwu na ji eji eghe mmadụ asị igbo mụrụ nzem ọzọ adị m ikele mmadụ elu ụbọchị taa mmadụ asị ya dụrụ m ikele mma dịka mkpebi ya dụrụ ntela mma taa mbụ ụbọchị anyị na-eji ekpeta emuhe mmadụ asụ mụ Biafra niile ebe ọbụla unu nọ asị m ya dụrụla mmawo ma ndị nọ mba ofesi ma ndị nọ ebe niile dị iche iche iji kwabo ha adị egoro ozi ekele m ga-ebugara ndị director head of steeti unu gara unu vụrụ asị m unu ya ma na unu mmawo ndị niile dị imekwa mgbefere onwe ihe dịkwa arụ ọrụ ma ndị adịghị ịnụ aha wee ma ndị na-adịghị ịnụ aha wee ndị niile dị gbachi mbọ ike ịhụ na anyị chọrọ n'ọkụ na-agide shie nkụ ya agba mkpụkpere akụ asị m ụbọchị taa ọma niile nọ n'ụbọchị taa ya ntakwu na-aga mgbe m dị ka ụka ya bụ ngịrị asị m ka ọjọọ ya na-azụ ya nọ unu na-azụ ya nọ n'unu na-azụ gọwa nọ n'unu bụ ekwu oge m onye akwụkwọ m na-esitela gbapụkwa afụleki mara asụ dịka m dịkwa ịgọzi ndị ka ọdọ ngozi anọkwa m nda mara asụ ụmụnne m ụmụnna m a na-arụ ọrụ n'ụbọchị taa ladị mgbọrọba klab ugbo ndị ka anyị nsị ladị ụtọrọla eji amagarịla abụ kọpụ du awụchia ya ndị ka anyị ji na-asụ ya aka n'ọnụ ọ bụ na enweghị ya ga-ewụchia ya imezuo ya otu iwu ka ị chọrọ ime onye ị bịara ịmara gara alawa ndị ka anyị a na-abịala ọdọ mara asụ ebe ọ bụla nọ dịka anyị ndị nabata ikwulu ibe gị nabata ndị mmadụ niile ị nọ n'ụlọ ọrụ nọ n'ọrụ ahịa gị ị nọ n'ụlọ ebe ọ bụla eme ihe lọra tee masị gị ndeewo ya mara ya mma narị mgbọrọba aka labụ igbo laa anyị abịala narị gị wadụ ọdụ ụzọ gbaa ya akụ na onye chọrọ ihe n'ọkụ ya agbaghara onwere olileanya mara asị igbo mụrụ nzem ọzọ ya dịkwa na mmadụ ụbọchị taa dịka m kwurula anyị egwu n'oche arịga onye ọbụla ga-anọnyere anyị ka anyị na-eme ya ada aga aga lọbụ ọsụkwụ gbata ọkpọrọ ka gbata nkelebe eju mara asị igbo mụrụ nzem ọzọ anyị gbada nọ nzikwa ya akọ ọdụ otu a The Kanu Tabota, the Melo Bachata, before I don't even, and I have medical Milani Sede, Tembezu Nambo, and I have for Milamo Millennium. I think a Kimo Chinese, Jeme. Well, I Patahare, Kaya, not to the Tane Kaware, the Karak, but one of the Bayako. Time to Rego Zapa, Karangania Papa. There's a Tukabia, my only premier Lilio Mata Marichi, Onokuya Amen. Chinkendi wo chinkumu Biafra. Chinku mara lo mwapo. Chinken denzel ozo. Oni imeli gwe nani abuti. Sitelo naka bu hande japo hande po. Hande ne po mbu chupu kikabia ma kempri mu hanile. Mabeke pora ogor po kreto. Ana po chupu okike. Makalo bu bu he onye kre hanile. Stela ku kwa Genesis shimbu la moku ndeko do. Ose na mbola Chineke kere gwe lowa. Ya aselo wabu he tobo le fulankete no grache ke ihe ya si hele woti bele so ti trend woti bele ya si sitalo bache ka ni hele woti we mmekoreta babu kwonu ya babu ngala inji se papa bo labu mre weke ko he kana ya do tu a hetalo bache ka ngawa lo gba ya la ha ngi oli bu tuku okike maka labu kere kwenda we oni meli gwe la ni pokolo bache ka steli joza ye steli bamba nile onye ozo mela ha ndi membu to kwonu ifti andele ko la ha ade kata akatawe ndele ko lo be na ti ko ekpetawe papa na bunu ndembo obu no mu nde Biafra ana abala ulo kare ko imbu indigenous people onye shinzo talonko mgbe eji onye isi nzọtalụkwụ mgbe nwoke otu anya mbụ ezelala ndị isi onye ezi omume okorobịa inyere anya abịala bịa arụ ọrụ garala arụ unu kpebiri ekpebi gị selekwa otu o ji arụ ya selekwa otu m ji arụ unu ekpebi ego unu gị si ama ọ gawale nọnyere ya papa ụgbarịbụkwa na ụmụ ya ndị dị ya n'azụ ndị dị inwe nrube isi n'ebe ọ nọ papa a na-adụrụ ya gawasịla nwoke na ogwetara anyị ihe lakini abu hiji sindi Igbo la unu bụ ndị nke m mara asị babalo batata na a na-emepela ụlọ ọrụ anyị nke na-abụ n'oge nzukọ ndị ngwa onye eluigwe ịma nna nwe m dị ka lọọ ịhụ nne mma nwaanyị mma lọọ bụ naanị mkpụ aka lọrọ ịma na ọ bụ ndị ngwa ndị ịkụ aka papa gboo na a na-abịa nna dịkwa na-akpọkwukwa mgbe Thailand akpọwụ si onye ime eluigwe bịara bịa kwa anyị hụ kwuru anyị n'azụ ịmara ọnọdụ anyị niile ara ike gbara gharị arị n'ike m ga-ekọrọ ya akọrọ iwe ejile ndochara anya m gara ime mmụọ ga-abụ ladị m ichetara ihe ndị otu ihe ndị nọrọ si onye ime eluigwe si uche gị ọ dịkwa ya amara m na uche gị dị ya isi site n'ụlọ ọbụla abụla ekpere ọ bụ ha anyị ga-eji katara ha ọbụla bụ mkpa anyị onye ime eluigwe ịmara ha anyị ndị ka ịmakwa n'otu o jidere anyị ọ bụla anyị ndị edowe akala ọnụ ọkpala anyị dịkwa imetụkwara ụta anyị ejebe na ndị ka anyị nsị onye ladị ndala ekwula ji eji eghe maka ohe m dị ka ụka ya abụgara n'oge dị ugbu a n'oge ndị na olile anyị ndị sịrị papa ya bịa kwara anyị n'ihu kwụrụ anyị n'azụ papa na ụzọ ọbụla anyị ji emejọ n'oge ndị gara aga ya eme gị dịrị anyị azụ papa mgbe ụmụ Izrel meghere gị inyere ohere ndị mba ọzọ achịghị ọtụtụ afọ mana onye ime eluigwe mgbe ya kpọkụrụ gị n'ekpere daa n'ala buo ọnụ kwuo okwu rịọ arịrịọ mee niile dị iche iche si onye ozi omume kpatara wọsịrị enyemaka papa kedu ịfụra wa azụ ị gara aga bụlite nwa nwoke onye akpọgị John ya duru ụmụ Izrel walụ agha niile nwee mmeri papa n'oge ka agboo otu aka akpakwa ha jikwara echi ikpa n'ọkụ n'aka onye iji aka nwanne agawala ime obodo dịka anyị na-emejọla gị bịara ọpụtara anyị maazị Nnamdi Kanu onye ime eluigwe nwanne ndị ka ụka ya ọbụgere dịka imekwara ụmụ Izrel mekwara anyị n'ọkụkwa na ụmụ Izrel ka adịghị anya gboo onye ime eluigwe adịlara n'azụ onye igbe n'igwe agbachila nkịtị papa m dị ka ụka abụgịrị ada m ere ọsị biko dị ekpere m bi ekpere ile ọbụla ọgwụ agbọọla iwe ụzọ ọbụla gị papa iweghị njide ọkụ na ahụ anyị n'oge ndị na papa biko bi ekpere m bi ekpere m dị ka ụka ya bụ ngịrị papa ada m esi igbo nọrọ anyị n'oche amara arọ ndị anyị n'oche ikpe ya bụla bụ mee ka anyị mere ijidere a n'azụ bụ ihe mere nuhe na njide a n'otu papa ada m esi harawa na ha anyị ndị ikwe mkpagbu mbụ ha anyị ndị ikwu okwu ya obodo ya ikwere anyị na mkpa ọ bụrụ ya bịa ka ndị nga iji ya nyefee gị aka ọ bụrụ n'ọnụ m na onye fụta ọkwụkwọ n'ọnụ oru nwoke mbụ maazị Nnamdi Kanu ọ kaala karịa ma ogwe m gara imegbo ga-abụ ịgbasoro otu ogbe dịka ya agara m eghị ya aka agarakwa m ịbịagide aka site n'ọbụ ekwu nwatakịrị bụfuela ma nne n'ọkwu otu ha akwa ha ụgwọ anyị akabiela ogwe na-aka fụtakwa ya enu oge m onye kpegbe ahụ ịkpala aka nha dịkwa ekwukwe otu okwu asị papa ọ bụghị imere anyị hweke ime hweke na anyị chọrọ ọkụ ihe eghe eluigwe hwe m dị ka oke mbụ na anyị nga iburu aja eke niile nyechaa naanị arịrị so ha ọbụla kegarala bụ nga ike ya eke na anyị nga iburu ụlọ obibi ndị iche ụlọ ofufe ndị iche ka anyị ga na onye zo mme takpọkọ aha nsọ gị n'ala Biafra papa hwe m dị ka oke abụgịrị biko were anyị n'ihu were anyị n'azụ ekwela ka esi dịrị anyị mezuo lekwa mgbe nna anyị we egwela anyị na-emehwe dịwe mma onye mere igwe dịka i mere ohere otara Sọndọm na Gọmọra a sị mme ka ọ dị ụtara obodo abụ Naijiria papa ha m dị ka ụka abụgịrị were anyị n'ihu ụfọdụ ahapụla ha anyị gbara anyị ndị ikwu na-emeghe ọdọ papa mara na ihe ndị anyị legosibụla ọjọ aja oti a ọgwa ha m dị ka ụka mbụ ụfọdụ ụmụnne anyị we ukwewa adawala mba papa ọ bụ otu ojisi adị ka m dị ka ụka mbụ na ije na anyị ndị ga-adị ka hụla gị inwe ọgaru ka m dị ka ụka mbụ ya ngwa onye zo mme amara m ladị ihe ndị wee dị iche papa m dị ka ụka abụgịrị ha nga ime echile adam esi ga emere anyị aka biko ka m dị ka ụka mbụ ya bịa kwara anyị n'ihu gwara n'azụ dịkwa nwaanyị nwoke eji onye isi nzọtara n'ụkwụ onye iji kpọpụtara onye dị ime anya emepere anyị papa ha m dị ka ụka abụgịrị ebe ahụ ọ nọgbo ịmara otu o ji nọ ịhụla otu onye ejidara mfata ma ije obe a ịmara otu nha ji dewuru ebe agboo ga-abụ ndị ruru eru nchọrọ ịsụ asụ papa ha m dị ka ụka ya bụgịrị adị m isi igbo amaala m n'imela ya eme ọbụkwana ịdị ya ozi ọkwa ịsịkwa dịka ndị ijikwa eme ma ekpe ya ọdọ were ndị mmụọ ozi niile enje Michael enje Gabriel were ndị nze na ndị ọzọ ndị ichie niile nwoke na ndị ichie nwaanyị ndewe ebe a ga-aga kpuchite ya siwe ihe owe jide ya aka mgbe ọbụla gị ime nwoke a nọ n'echiche ebe a wegofia mee ta okwukwe chi ike karịa akọla mbụ dịka oge m onye m dị hụ dịka m doro m anya na okwukwe ka chi ike karịa dịka mbụ ọkọha m dị ka ụka ya bụrụ nyere ya aka onye ozu mme nekwa ogwe anụ ebu ndị na-eso ụzọ onye ozu mme ekwela ka ọkọtụwa anyị ekwela ka eche ndị remezu onye ozu mme anyị dị ka ụka ya mbụ tọfụtara anyị ihe enyemaka tọfụtara anyị ihe mmetụ ọnụ onye ozu mme nyere anyị aka onye ozu mme ekwela ka eche ndị na-anyị mezuo n'agbanyeghị mgbe niile adịghị wee gbaa n'ụzọ niile dị iche iche iji lee ma ọkụ anyị ga-enyo iji lee ma agawa ịfụnụ mpalaka anyị bụ onye ime eluigwe adị m ese mgbe ọbụla adịwa eche iji buru iji afụọ papa adị m esofu n'okwu ogwugwe ndị laapụ ole achọrọ ọdịmma anyị laachọrọ ka ha fụtado ekwu okwu asị m ndị dị otu a mee ka ha fụ ikwu okwu nha wee gbara okwu na-arọ ya dị m dịka ọ ire ewe ha m dị ka ụka mbụ mee ka nha agharịpụwe nwee m dị ka ụka onye ime eluigwe nyere anyị aka onye ezi omume papa m kawa otu o jidere mgbe onye ezi omume chi gị ijike gị chi gị ịbọ m dị ka ụka mbụ laga m ezu kwalamango lesi m anyị mee kwa elu ụzọ nwe anya udo papa m dị ka ụka mbụ laga m ekpọrọ ụgbana gba ogewa dịka m ga-ekpọrọ ụgbana gawa onye ezi omume ya bịa akwa ndị ụkwara n'azụ ka ha na-aba atụmatụ ndị iro niile n'ebe anyị nọ na ụbọchị taa onye ezi omume ka ọ bụ ha ala iyi dịka ụbọchị taa mbụ ụbọchị edoro nsọ ọpata ọ bụ ụbọchị edoro nsọ m dị ka ụka mbụ lekwa ndị mkpụrụ abụ nkwụ lekwa maazị alụzi gọzie ya na onye ezi omume lekwa ọtụtụ ndị ọdụ ma ndị darịta head of steeti ma la ihiri iwe ndị si na laga ụlọ aga evu uwe papa ịmara agaghị kpọchata aha wee nna nyere aka nyere anya anyị laka onye ezi omume na mgbe ikpeazụ onye ezi omume mgbe ọbụla ihe na anyị chọrọ ọkụ nga ihe onye ezi omume n'ọba aha nsọ bụ ha anyị nga inye na adịghị ahụ ọda anyị kpọla abụ aha mbụ Chukwu okike abịa ma papa mere anyị ka anachasị ekiri gị na-aga obu Chukwu okike abịa ma wee kwukwerere dịka na ọ bụ otu ọ bụ abụ anyị n'ekpere anyị mbụ nna Igbo wuru njem ọzọ anyị adọrọla ụbọchị taa. Ọ bụla taa bụ mbụ na-egbera redio mbụ redio Biafra na-anụ ihe ndị dị isi Chineke dị ndị ọ ga-abụ ndị ole dị na bụ oge nzukọ ndị ngara redio Biafra. Anyị na-ede anyị papa ukwu anyị Mazi alụzila anyị nọ na gboo eme ya aga deshiri na gboo ya aga ya gede anyị isi ya unu amala ihe ndị dị elu n'ọba eti na etinye osu adeshiba kwada agba mkpụkọrọ akụ anwụrụ ọkụ ada elu da-asa wite were enwe ike ụtọ ọba ya na Mazi alụzila na gboo deshiri na ire na gboo etinye mmiri ose eme si ihe wee agide emebi onye ya na-akụ ụtọ a na-abụrụla ụbọchị taa n'ọbụ ụbọchị ahụrụ mma n'ọba ahụ ụgwọ mma onye obodo ga-akpata ya mmadụ asị Igbo mụrụ njem ọzọ Biafra niile ebe niile dị iche iche ala ngwa ndị mụrụ m asị m unu ndewonu biko dịka ahụ mgbasa ozi anyị asịrị n'ụbọchị taa anyị nọ n'ọtụtụ platfọm dị iche iche n'ụzọ niile dị iche iche ị gaa na Facebook ị ga-enweta anyị nga IPOB ngwa grup ị ga-ehụ anyị na Facebook mgbụrụ ihu akwụkwọ anyị nọ na mpere mba ụwa taa asụzi anyị nga IPOB ngwa grup iji nweta anyị nga ebe anyị na-agbasa ozi a ụlọ ọdị ga-aga biko dịka ị nọ na efere mba ụwa soro anyị ime ihe ndị awe niile inweta ozi gị izisara anyị nga ogwe anyị nzie gị tụsasị ya adịghị ụka igweta a na-atụsị ndị ka mbụ ọfịs onye nebara ya anya mmadụ asị dịka ịdị eme nke a isi ike biko ọ bụ dịka anyị dị eme hụ mma anyị ụta anyị ejikwa eme ụbọchị ndị ka ọdọ adịghị ka akwụkwọ otu a n'oji abụ dịkwa akara ekwentị gị kpọtụrụ anyị ka ị nwee ozi gị izi gị chọrọ itinye ọnụ otu njin nọrọ ya bụ ụlọ ọ bụ mebiri adịghị ịchọrọ ikwu ma anyị mmechaa gị zie n'ozi anyị mmechaa na ama otu anyị ga-eme ya na ọ bụghị n'ebe na-eji akacha na mbara ọha dịkwa akara ekwentị gị kpọọ anyị naanị na WhatsApp +346 725 76762 aga m ekpogharịa +346 725 76762 ka bụ naanị na WhatsApp kpọọ anyị direct line WhatsApp ma ọ bụla signal ụzọ atọla gị kpọọ anyị na kenagbuo 0813 054 1935 ọ bụla nọ n'elu elu gị tinye +234 mbụ ezu koodu memba zụsa biko soro ala ha anyị ndị ime ka ọ daga aga n'ọbụ ọsọkụ gbata ọkụ ka gbata ndị karịa edo doro unu biko anyị mgbe ibotala ihe omume ala ụbọchị taa o ji na-abụ aftalake na abalị bifo na ebe iri enye ga na-ekwu aka ụmacha aka ebe ebiri gara bifo suru ya dịka ọ bụ usoro eji eme anyị ga-edukwa emere otu a dịka m pụrụ laịra mbụ slab emenabata mmadụ n'ụbọchị taa asụ m Igbo nwere njem ọzọ ya dịrị omekwula mmadụ rentala mma onye ọbụla nwere echiche ọma n'ebe anyị nọ onye ọbụla nwere mmasị na iji nwere onwe na anyị dị ime ọ bụ ndị abụ anyị kụkatawa akụrụ ọ bụ ndị abụ anyị darụ nwada anụsasị ọ bụ ndị abụ ehuru asị a n'ọrụ asị m na ndị a niile ndị obi ọcha we niile akwụkwọ nsọ sọ n'ọbụ onye ahụ obi ya ndị ọcha n'ọbụ onye ga-ebala ala eze mgbe m dị ka ụka ya bụ ngịrị ndị a niile obi we ndị ọcha aga m esi ka ahụ ọma mere unu ụbọchị taa mara ụmụ mara unu mma ọmaka mere ụmụ ihe mara unu n'ime ndụ niile ka mbụ abalị 13 n'ime ọnwa 7 n'ime afọ na anọ n'ime ya asị m ka ha ọma zutekwu n'aka dịka ekike so ma m kwuo okwu n'oge ime ihe eguzosi ike n'ụbọchị taa ndị niile ọma ndị ịma mma ndị niile rụsi ọrụ ike ọ bụ ndị hụrụ asị a n'ọrụ ndị niile kwara obi ọcha kwara aka wọta ndị emeghe na asị m na ha ọma niile nọ n'ụbọchị taa na pịbata adata ga-edoro unu anyị unu jisie ike onye ọbụla alalala azụ onye ọbụla adala mba ndị ka anyị nsị na mgbe ọ dị ịra ahụ n'ọbụ mgbe ọ dị ibi mgbe m dị iji metu unu mara mbụla mụ na anyị ndị egwula ọnụ na anyị egwule ṅụ oge ka anyị dịla ọfụtara anyị egwere ọkụ fugbuo ya anyị enweghị ike ịlaghachi azụ so hwe ndị a niile dị hụ ndị ahụ ndị ime anyị amarachala ndị ka anyị nsị na agwọ dị ịchụ ụzọ osi ala asị na-emegbulu onwe ya n'ọgụ anyị amacha ihe ndị a niile ma na asị ndị ka anyị n'ụbọchị taa onye ọbụla jisi ikele ọrụ ike agwụrụ onye ọbụla ebe ọbụla nọda n'olu m asị gị jisie ike ọbịa bụ ekele anyị na-eji ekele nna ọbịa bụ ekele anyị na-eji ekele anyị ndị asị jisie ike na jisie ike ndị agba ụmụ oji enye mụrụ ma ọ bụrụ ndị sụrụ bekee oji akwalite mmụọ mmadụ ude emeghe ide eme ikere ma ide arụ ha ọbụla ede rụ mmadụ abịasị jisie ike oji akwalite mmụọ mmadụ asịla ụbọchị taa ebe ọbụla nọ dịka isoro otu nwere onwe a iji obi gị niile ara m esi jisie ike ebe ọbụla ị nọ ndị niile dị tinye aka na ahụla anyị na ndị ga-aga ndị nọ n'igwe onyonyo ndị nọ n'efere mba ụwa mbụ soshal midia ma ndị nọ n'ihu akwụkwọ ma ndị nọ n'ebe niile dị iche iche na mpaghara ọbụla ha si unu jisi n'ike onye ọbụla adala mba n'ọrụ ha ndị ikwu okwu ya bụ dịka nọ n'ọrụ a funu batrị aga enye awakwanye nwe problem isi ikele ọnwa ọ bụ mara bụ ahafụ ya onye ndatakwa na ịrụ ya anyị ndị a niile anyị mbuli obi arụta nte ya aka bụkwa anyị ga-ịrụ ha anyị mmadụ asịghị mmadụ asị jisie ike na ndị anyị vụrụ obi adịghịla emetanto na ndị a bụ ndị pụpụrụzi ikpe akpawo ndị achọtara ihe ha mekwesịrị imere wadeji ya eme ebe ndị ọdọ mmadụ asị onye ọbụla jisie ike ndị ka anyị nọ n'ihe omume anyị ụbọchị taa asị m onye ọbụla ideela otu ohewe ndịda a na-agbo onye ọbụla nke gwara obodo anyị nọ n'ime mbụ Naijiria ọ ga-adị na fata meja nga niile onye ọbụla nka nwere oriri anyị na Naijiria ahịa mbụ sọrị ndị echi mmegbu ete mara mbụla adị mgbe ọ bido onye ọbụla aza kasara chi adị mgbe ọ ga-ebido n'obodo a onye ọbụla ga-aga ịda aza kasara chi obodo na-anọ n'ime ngaba abụ ekpere chi mgbe m dị oke ya bụ ngịrị ọ bụ ụlọ edeghị ha ụzọ edeghị n'uhela ntị ọ bụ ụlọ edeghị n'uhela ntị edeghị ha ụzọ ọ bụ ụlọ edeghị ha ụzọ edeghị n'uhe inweghị echiche dị ha ga-ekọrọ ya akọrọ ọ dị iwute m ihe nne n'otu ewe ndị nọrọ ụfọdụ ụmụnna anyị nwe ka na-awụgharịkwa arịwekọta ọ bụ otu ụka ya asa gbara atọ chimekọta ha dị ka kemgbe ala ile ara ịgbata ọchị na-akpatabeghị ọ ga-agịdu mgbe ọ ga-edu owu na-agakwa ịgbata ọsọ mmiri mgbe mmiri na-eruola nwe m dị ka ụka abụgịrị na mgbe gbasara ihu na anyị ndị ime adịghị egwuregwu anyị mbara igwu ya anabafu agbara ụmụntakịrị we mean our business but the glory of Chukwu okike abịama he has been there with us ọ nọnyere anyị dịkwa eme niile ada aga aga mara asị ụmụnne m onye ọbụla nwanne nwoke nwanne nwaanyị ebe ọbụla nọ isi ike nọ isi ikele ekpere n'oge nnapụta adịwo nso karịa ka ọ dị na mbụ oge nnapụta anyị adịwo nso karịa ka ọ dị na mbụ unu amaala mgbe egburu abụ mgbaloji akpọnwụ ndị kasị na mgbe ara ọkpụkọ abụ mgbaloji ekwu afọ kemgbe nwanne anyị nwoke dede anyị mfụtara dekwu eziokwu adị ndị mmadụ amara ahụ ọrịa ka bụ eziokwu bata ogbeghị onye ọ dị wute m na ụfọdụ ụmụnna anyị nwe enweghị echiche ma nna adịghị uche iji uche dị ala azụ ịnọ n'obodo a isli bụ Naijiria, isli dị ịnọ n'okpukperechi nke Kristianity, lekwa otu ọnọdụ unu nọ. Ndị Kraịst na mgbe arọ ụka ahụ mgbaloji ekwu afọ kemgbe nwanne anyị nwoke gee ntị m agwa ga a ga-ede ya ebe mgbe m dị gwa mgbe okwu mmụọ nsọ ịhụ na otu ugbo afọ ọdọ agbara otu obodo na ngenụ ị ga-esi Chinekele ọ bụ Chinekele ị ga-esi Chineke nọkwa nga na ke na-adị ma ọ ga-esi na ịgbara tọọchị bata ịkọta fụ saịn obodo a nọ n'ime ya unu nga na-adị egiri adị sịrị unu bụ nwa Naijiria ọchị unu achịgbuola m adị nga mmadụ niile ji emere mmadụ ya sị Chineke rọpụtara m ụzọ enyemaka rọpụtara m ụzọ mgbaba obodo anyị nọ n'ime mbụ Naijiria a na-akparịla ahụ ụfọdụ n'ime anyị arịọ sị Chineke biko rọpụtara n'ụzọ mgbaba Chineke abịa bele anya gwefụta obi ebere ya site rọpụtara n'ụzọ mgbaba ahụ rọpụtara anyị ụmụnne anyị ndị tụrụ nọ n'azụ ụlọ we ndị nọtụrụ ihu amawe egwuregwu akụ futbọọlụ adịghị m sị ajụ unu na-eweli iwe ile anya obodo na mbụ Naijiria anyị nọ n'ime ya eji ala ndị na-ebofu ugwu nọklata so anyị zara otu aha an average Igbo man believe in one Nigeria but a Fulani man does not believe in one Nigeria. This one Nigeria declare is only for Igbo people. One Nigeria na-adịghị ka oke ọ bụ naanị for ndị Igbo bụ ndị Slombola bụ ndị kpetere la one Nigeria ndị ugwu ekwetafụ la one Nigeria ndị ka ọ banye n'ụlọ abadị mgbe ekwetere gị ngwa gwa m ndị ugwu ole na ole rụrụ ụlọ n'obodo a marala bụ nọ n'ime ya mbụla obodo a mbụ obodo Biafra gwa m ndị ugwu ole m rụrụ ụlọ obe mgbe gaa obodo niile dị iche iche lee otu ụmụnne anyị ndị Igbo ji gbasaa aka asị ahụ sịta wee mee dịka eji kwuo one Nigeria lekwa otu niile ji nọrọ ọra aka ahụ onye Igbo nọ n'obodo a mbụ Abuja maọbụ Lagos maọbụ obodo ndị ọrụ dị iche iche laa enweghị ụlọ elu ọra ka ahụ o mechara mere ụlọ ndị ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị anyị nwechara ụlọ na Abuja ngwagwa m sinetọ ole nwere ụlọ na Aba mbụ sinetọ ihe elu ugwu maọbụ Femani nwere ụlọ na Aba maọbụ Imo steeti gwa m sinetọ ole but a sitting senator here a stupid governor here gọvanọ iberibe here nwere ụlọ na Abuja gọvanọ iberibe here nwere ụlọ na North but gwa m ndị ọba ole nwere ụlọ ube unu amaghị izu dị ihe mere na ịnọkọtala gị jụ onwe ajụjụ gị chee echiche chee si gịrị ma eke mma ejije afọ ite n'obodo na gịrị ma ndị na-ajikwa masị kpọchaa masị kpọọ asụ ụkwụ m zọrọ n'ala ka ọ bụla anyị mere ji afọ iche hụ anyị mere ji adịghị adịka ndekọ ọdọ ngwale eke mgbe ala ile anyị ndị ime hụ na anyị ndị ime ọ bụ naanị anyị bụ ndị mbụ mesuru ya ngwale mgbe obodo ji ada aja aja ogbe anyị egwere aka anyị na ha sịra na otu ala ọ dịkpara nwanne anyị nwoke egboro ekwentị kpọkọta ụmụnne ya esobi n'iko bie ekpere tepelekwanụ ha ya anyị kwesịrị ime ka anyị nchụwa na ewu ojii na abụgba otila adị ji nwaajụ ya sị ya ọ bụgịrị ya soro oge ịmasị m ka anyị nwee ọrụ nchekwa maka obodo anyị ka anyị lee ndị ala adịghị ikweta ụmụ nwaanyị anyị rụta ọrụ na ubi anyị laadịghị ikwu ụmụ nwaanyị rụta ọrụ n'egbelu anyị nchụwa wenu chụpụsasịawo ndị ahụ wee gbuo ụmụnne anyị gbuo ụmụnne anyị na ụmụnne anyị ndị ụmụ nwaanyị ndị toteteta kwasịwa iko n'ike anyị mara na ụta anyị ga-ime siwe nyere anyị ohere ọ bụrụ na anyị bidoro ndị ugwu bidoro kewe ndị ofe mmanụ ogwe ka anyị ebido ka anyị mgbali eke mgbe anyị niile anyị bidoro ka anyị ji olekwa otu ndị ugwu nji buru agha bugide anyị egbeta ndị ukwu ekere evulata obe agara wee megere anyị ndị ịlụ ọgụ anyị ndị ịlụ akala ọnụ anyị ndị ịtụ ụka anyị n'ụwa onwe anyị but dị ihe si gwere ndị ukwu ekere niile vulata obe na dị ihe si gwere ọrụ ndị ọrụ agha vulata obe na ọ bụ iji lee ma ha anyị nwere tụrụ megere emesasị ya mgbagba m kemgbe a niile ndị ofe mmanụ ntiri moto ku gbagba ugbo onye agara ebe a vuru agha bukwasịwe adị m ịhụ ebe na wadị iwe amụta nke moto eji alụ ọgụ ga agbara ebe niile evu ndị ukwu ekere niile na-evulata iji mee gịnị abalị ime ọhịa ele nga niile ụmụnne anyị nọ na-alụsasịwa ọgụ na-eme egbuchiwe sitere anyị mere gịnị na anyị sị ka anyị chekwa obodo anyị chekwa azụla anyị ngwagwa m kemgbe anyị ile ndị ugwu mere kewe ndị na ndị ofe mmanụ gbagba ugboro ole gọvanọ nna ebe a maọbụ otu onye ọchịchị ọbụla lasla ndị ukwu ekere ma abịa we iji gwala ka anyị mere ji afọ iche ọla ihe ndị awe niile ụmụnne anyị enweghị ike ịnwụ nọ chee ezigbo echiche gee ntị m agwaghị ma ọ bụrụ na ị maghị dugbuo adịghị ọbụla igbo dịka ịbụ onye igbo adịghị ọbụla ị mere m dị onye Fulani mma ọ bụ ihe m dị iche ime ntị mara adịghị ọbụla ị nwere ike ime nga ime onye Fulani mma na unukwudo aga agbara odibo na-eme enyekwa iwu na ego pinọtụ nwanna onye dịka nta zụọ gị nwaanyị ahịa adịghị emefu ewu amaala ole amaala ohe ịchọbịa ọbịa mere enwe ntewe ntụkwasị obi n'ebe ị nọ ekwuola m ya kwugharịa sị onye ala agaghị ikpe otu ịbụrụ onye nche ịbụrụ getman onye ala agaghị ikpe otu ịbata n'ime ime ezi ya ịbịa ya si n'ọla akụkụ ezi bụ otu ere si ịbata n'ime ezi tọọ foto ịbụrụ onye nche ụlọ ya tọọ foto ịbata tolu ime ụlọ ya ewere ụlọ kpọbata ndị ọbịa ọrịa m sị m ajụ ọpụta dukwagbuo ụmụnna anyị enwe esi otu mkpu mmadụ emere ya unu eme bido bụ ihe mere na ụmụnna anyị ike nọ chere enwe ochiche mgbe ọbụla onye ọbụla nọ na-adọ dịgalịka alịka hegaga awa ọrụ dị ofe mma n'obodo unu ga-ịgbado odibo ruo mgbe ole unu gbachi ụmụ unu amụ ụmụ unu alakịgbọ. Do you think that we can sing the love song in a strange land? Abịala ebe nọ dịkpe chọọchị anụrụ ugbo aga ebe dị ịzụ ahịa amụọ ya ọkụ akụsasịa emechakwa you are suffering and you are smiling gị gwere ego kwụọ ngwa ya tụtụ ọgatala mmiri bata esizie ụra ahụ ego gị iji gbara ya mmadụ aja osi inwekwadịrị echiche inwekwadịrị akọla uche inwekwadịrị nri n'otu iji nọ enwe ntesi ike ịnọ chee ezigbo echiche banyere onwe gị kena oge erila mgbe ndị Igbo kwesịrị iji echiche banyere onwe ha ọ bụghị ewuta ihe nne dukwagbuo ụmụnna anyị enweghị ike ichetu otu mkpụrụ echiche si heu eke na anyị si eke na asị na otu na lọdị ọtụtụ ndị ugwu ama ka ọtụtụ ndị ugwu ndị dị ikwu ego ọtụtụ imewe ma otu ejide megide anyị amaala we adakwara ndị owute ọkwala adakwara ndị kwuru maka ya bata ụmụnne anyị egwuretu anyị na-aga azụ ụtọ ọ bụ gịnị mere jigwere anyị azụ ụtọ gịnị mere ụmụnne anyị jigwere anyị na-aga azụ ụtọ ọ bụghị nweta ihe nne ogwe anyị dị taata na-nwere obi ọ bụghị nweta ihe nne na ha sịra na otu ala ọ dịkwara mmadụ onye ọbụla chee echiche gbasara obodo anyị onye ọbụla chee echiche gbasara ọnọdụ anyị na ha sịra na otu a na ọ dịkwara na ogwe anyị fụtara dị eme hụ na anyị si mebụla ndekọ ọdọ ementeghị ya ndị anyị vụrụ obi laga wee bịa adịghị ele emeta ntewe nwanne anyị nwoke Chineke rọpụtara anyị adịghị onye iberibe ọ bụ ụmụ niile a mụrụ ji abụ urubat Chineke dị eji nna were gọzie ezinụlọ gọzie onye dị gọzie ezinụlọ o ji eji agọzie obodo gọzie amaala niile bụta ọ bụghị nwute ndị m na ha anyị dịgabiga n'ụbọchị taa na ọtụtụ ụmụnne anyị achọghị iji ntị anụ ihe gbasara anyị mmadụ ajụsị ọ bụrụ ogere gị bụ iwe unu nwunye anyị ndị ime ọ bụ anyị naanị nwunye anyị ndị ime ọ bụ anyị naanị ya dịka anyị ga-adị imetọ ọ bụrụ ka anyị naanị nwaanyị dịkwa n'ime bụ ihe gị bara onye ọbụla uru ma ụmụ anyị nwe ma onye ukwu ma onye nta ma ndị chọrọ ma ndị na-achọ ma ndị ọ bụ mmasị ma ndị ọ bụ mmasị nwe ga-ịhụ na otu onye fụtara da-atụchitere mmadụ niile ukwu nwaanyị ndị arịa sitere ukwu ụfọdụ n'imewe asịta egweta tegbuo kee ntị m agwa unu ọ dịghịla pụta dike tegbuo ọ bụ mgbe ahụ ike mere achọwa dike eji m ekwu isie ya ike mmadụ asụ ụmụnne anyị onye ọbụla bara atụ onye ọbụla nwee ndidi biko ekpere mbi ekpere atafe dị ime n'oge gboo tụmegharị onye ọbụla anya ekwela ike gbuo onye ọbụla oje a bụ ndị ugwu chọrọ adịghị ndị ugwu na-eji eme mgbe ọbụla adịghị ike ime dị anyị mgbe ọbụla a chọrọ ime ka nwaanyị ndị ime jụọ ya ejiwaghachi kpọfụta nwanne anyị eji m aka ka shekisla onye ugwu chọrọ imeta onye Igbo n'ụlọ gị iji onye Igbo bata onye Igbo emeta ntaghị onye ugwu he bụ ihe mere ndị Igbo anyị jiri too inferior ebe ndị ugwu nọ. They know you very well. They know you very well what you can be able to do. But gịnị mere enweghị ike iyuzu onye ugwu n'ebe nwanne ya nọ. But ndị Igbo bụ si ndị rachara ohere pịa kalashi. Ọ bụghị mwụta ihe nne n'oge ndị awe niile. Kemgbe ha mụrụ ha ribere lasla ka eke na ka ya gbere echiche akụlụ uche azụ.
Salam alaikum wa Nigeria. I am international awake. I am about what is happening. What is the offense? What has the evils done? What is the offense? That every tribe is talking against Abu. Yorubas are talking against Abu.
Mazi, you connect here, your line is wrong. Oh, gee, well. Go ahead.
I am international awake. I am concerned about what is happening in Nigeria. I am passionate about this. Therefore, I want to ask every Nigerian this question that is waiting for an answer. I am asking every Nigerian, including those in power, what is the offense of Zahibu? Menene laifin Yamurai? Offense, what has the Igbos done? What is the offense? That every tribe is talking against Abu. Yorubas are speaking against Abu. My brothers and Northerners are all talking against Igbo. Therefore, I am concerned as a Nigerian. Half Hausa, half Igbo. Yes, I am half Hausa, half Igbo. Mama na Igbo. My father na Hausa. He was a soldier during the Biafra war. And he took my mother and went to Kanu. And that principle is indirectly affecting, it's affecting my family, it's affecting every other person. Tanzania. The people are everywhere in Nigeria. Developing everywhere. People as in Kanu. They come to Kanu, they will buy land, build a house. How shop? They will obey the law of the land. They will contribute to the development of their life. The something is about to happen in and everywhere. Abuja, people develop everywhere in Abuja. What is the best of the people? After the war, we promise that we will go back to no Congress. Let us stay together as one Nigeria. The situation in Nigeria now is that people are being terribly marginalized. So the reason why that issue of Biafra came up again is because that people and in all our lives, there is no house in the house in the east. There is no room in the house or house in the east. I'm asking people is one Nigeria and article and character. I'm not everybody all the people. We are all so because I don't know why we will not apologize to you. Why? You need to apologize to people. Tell people sorry. Let people know because people go. Well, I will go over ways. People go for Biafra. I will go for Biafra. Without the people in Nigeria, there is no Nigeria. And what brought about this agitation of Biafra is because the people are not given their right and their fair share. Nani people about I is remember and never rakata. After the Biafra, I am Mandano Labogo. You could be only him Raba Alando. In a way, we put a child or they would tell me of friend do good. They got a Sandika Naman, one Nahara, with Biafra, and a Marandano Lab again. So, yeah, but I can have. Yadewa ụfọdụ ga-efu fara afọ mgbe m dị ka ụka mbụ abụrụ na n'obodo na gboo dị obodo na ya dị ka obe ga-ekwute jaru aha mbụ sọrị dịka oge dị ugbu a njidere onye ọbụla ada wuli elu etu mụ na ahụrụ otu oji dịla Abuja onye ọbụla gboo nọ na Abuja ma otu ọnọ jee nji nọrọ gboo nkara wa ụtụtụ nyenu ntị m agwa unu otu ugbo afọ ọdọ karịa mara otu obodo ahụ ga-ere anaghị ka niile nga na gboo olileanya mbụla Chineke onye ime eluigwe ọ gaghị ikweta ihere ma anyị ọ ghaghị ịkpụrụ anyị n'ihu kwụ anyị n'azụ bikos ọ maara echiche obi anyị niile na ọ bụ nna mara asị biko ebe ọ bụla ị nọ onye ọbụla kpefụta ahụ onyu anyị rute ụlọ ọrụ n'ụzọ na ejela ide emela Nnamdi ka ụka abụgara na abụ dị mgbọrọba aka abụ ugbo ebe ọ anyị nwe olileanya labụla nwere onwe anyị iji na nwanne anyị nwoke Mazi Nnamdi Kanu mgbe Duhari agaji nwekwa olileanya obi eshie ya ike ya nọrọ nga adọfọ ndị ọ ga-ebu kemgbe ọ nọ na mma ya ata agala ọnụ mma ya afụla ha anyị ndị ire ka asịtara anyị ha ọdọ etu nwa amadi aka nwe olileanya kwuru esiekwu ike nọkwara nga si mala udu mala ọkọla ya gị ma nga na ha ya si baa nga labụ ya gị ga-afụta mmadụ asọ n'ime eluigwe mere ya aka nchitakwa ya lekwa ndị niile nọ ala akụkụ dịka ọ dịgbo ụfọdụ ụmụnne anyị na-edosi aga ihu ta aga azụ na ọ ji na-emaghị uche onye gbabara ime ọhịa elie ha ihe mmadụ agha enweghị ike imebe ịkwa anyị aka gwa anyị ngarị ngịda ị gakwana ịgwa anyị ha anyị dị ime onye si nri amala otu o ji sie nri ya onye chọrọ ihe n'ọkụ ma hụ shiwara
So you guys just see tira gere. Ogu na mana ho tira. When de ko kambo. Ewu lo ko kodre du. Le ma ucho me ne ba bari mo ya. Lo ba futa. Ko so he lab bi me vo. When de ko ka bo gere. Dika oti igwe okwu anyị jidere n'ụbọchị taa. Ana ga-egbe chapụ oge anyị aga iri changa n'oyiyi bita. Bata a na-agala mmechi. Mmadụ asị nwanne m nwoke nwanne m nwaanyị. Onye ọbụla ledeshi anyị ledeshi ihe na anyị ji lata. Anyị nwere nọ n'ụzọ ya na-ete emena na adịghị mụọrọ ba klab ugbo ma anyị metafụ uwe na gboo anyị agaghị emeta ọdọ dịka Chineke na-emere ebere a na-akwere kwabia na adịkwa mụọrọ ba klab ugbo ịgbọrọ anyị aghọlara anyị garị oge na-adịghị anya anyị ga-akapụ ụta anyị ga-iri ya ma anyị ga-ite mmiri ma anyị ga-epere ṅụọ aṅụọ ma anyị ga-epere adasị igbo m nze m ọzọ ya dịrị nkwula mma wee ntala mma anyị ga-ezokwara mango ụfọdụ ga-efe ofe ala afọ ọ na-ewuru mgbe rie mgbada otu n'oji abụ anyị ka nwee ọtụtụ oge ịfọrọ anyị unu chekwara otu gbo izu kọrọ mgbe anyị gakwa ịbịa n'oge ka anyị na-eji aga n'ụbọchị taa anyị metacha ofe mmadụ asị ebe ọbụla nọdụ a n'ụlọ anyị ya dịrịla mma na onye ukwula mmadụ onye ntala mma mgbe m dị ka ụka mbụ ndụ mmiri ndụ azụ onye ahụrụ taa ahụ echi mgbe m dị ka ụka mbụ la anya anyị elegide Mazi Nnamdi karị ga dịkechi maka echi adịghị agwado mmadụ asụ udo dị unu ya dị onye kwula mma ewepụla mma nke na-abụ nga anyị ga-echi sọ ụlọ ụbọchị taa odukwu ụbọchị ọdọ a na-ebukwa nga anyị kwụsịrị ya mara unu mma
This is where the program ends, and over to our people. Those that listen to the beginning of the analysis, we welcome you, and those that are through listening to our program, we welcome you as well. I remind you what our topic was, and it still is. What are your plans to survive as a Biafran outside the premise of Ipob and the ESN? What is in your plan? I made it very explicit. I made it very plain. It's like having your mom and your dad. What are your plans in the absence of your mother and your father? Most of us, time will come and we will have to take the bull by the horn. IPOB, ESN. IPOB headed by leader Mazi Nnamdi, DOS and HOD. We have ensured that our people are protected. You that is being protected. What's in your plan? Are you so weak because you have DOS, HOD, IPOB, leader Mazi Nnamdi? Therefore, you relax. Instead of looking for a way out, you are running to your enemy. When the time comes, you call IPOB. That is cheating. That is being ungrateful. And ungrateful. That is insult. You are enjoying the labor of other people, sweating and sacrificing. In the meantime, you shun them to go and involve yourself in politics, political activity, political reward that will not be beneficial to you or to your wife, to your children. I just put it in a nutshell if you didn't understand what I was saying before. You are relaxed. Because when push comes to shoving, call ES and call IPOB. IPOB, what are you doing to see that these people doesn't come? What are you doing to help IPOB? You are indigenous person of Biafra. What are you doing to help your people? What are you doing to safeguard your ancestral land? That is cheating when you don't do anything. And most of you keep quiet. And most of you, some of them don't even know that the radio is on. They don't know. Or because they are being protected by IPOB and ESN. Or whatever they like, let them do, at least we are safe. It's like when you were small, you were in school with your big brother and your big sister. You wreak havoc. What's wrong with your own hand? What's wrong with you? Why can't you defend yourself? Because you know you are wreaking havoc, and you know you have your brother to save you. You don't make it easier for your brother by staying away from trouble. That is what I'm asking you. What the hell are you doing? Our leader called for referendum. And all of you, none of you is even talking about referendum. You are talking about PVC and nonsense voting. And at the end of the day, you will be lost. At the end of the day, you will be marginalized. You will be marginalized. 2015, 2019, and 2023, you will still be marginalized. A fool at 40 is a fool forever. All the youths that are doing whatever they're doing, you are the game. You are the ball, and you are the one that's being played around. The call number is +1 484 767 0848. Live broadcast from Radio Biafra USA. +1 484 767 0848. Make your view and we don't tell you don't vote. We don't tell you don't politicize yourself. Make your plans. Have your way out. You go to my window. You go anywhere. You go anywhere. And I learn my lesson. The lesson I learned is that the very hole you are digging is not the only way that we can exit. If you don't block those, you're wasting your time. When you come closer, you will say, go by you, boom, and be laughing at you. I've done well. We've been through it. Be wise. Wiser than the serpent. Live broadcast Radio Biafra USA. We've been here. There's one thing I read and I laughed. I didn't laugh because it's funny. I laughed because these are the same people looking for PVC. You're looking for PVC. You have your master's degree. Each time you apply for a job, you are turned down. Anywhere you go, you are turned down. And it's a regrettable event. Before the calls start coming in, there's something I came across, and that reflects to the condition of our people. The constant killing and kidnapping of our youths. The latest being the one posted, and which deserves international attention. Lawless Nigeria Secret Police DSS arrested a 15-year-old girl since last 4 months, alleging that his father is a member of Ipob/ESM. Her name is Chidera Amefula from Ata, Omunam, Njaba local government, Imo State. She is just 15 years old. Little girl. She was arrested by the Bago mercenaries because her father was accused of being an Ipob/ESM. Arrested by Ebubago. Who are the Ebubagos? Who are they? They are your brothers. They claim to be your brothers, but they are not. I think most of them are Fulanis that speak Igbo. You commit crime against your own flesh and blood. You are looking for one Nigeria. They are there telling you are not one. Kill your brother, yes, you agree. You kill your brother, you kidnap your own sister, commit heinous crime on your own very race, on your own very blood. And you're telling me you're a bag. And people are there looking at them. That is the sickest part of our life and lifestyle. No resistance, no revolution, no resentment. You just keep quiet and look. You empower them when you stand and look. You don't hold them accountable. And you tell me, you can't get your own. I will see where these Ebubagos will go when the Fulanis take over. I will see where they will go. I will see where they will hide. I will see their status. Whatever will be of their remains, I would love to see. We do things without planning. That's why I asked you, what's your own plan? What do you have in stock? What is in your wallet? You commit a crime on a young girl as if she's not body, as if she's not a human being, a 15-year-old girl. Dog eat dog. Criminality is the order of the day. The most annoying aspect of what I am saying is that the people committing these things are supposedly Biafrans, committing the crime against Biafrans and using the influence of the Fulanis to commit crime against their own people, and the people instigating them cannot even allow you to commit the same crime against their own people. Do you see how we are low down? Do you see how we are delinquent in certain aspect of our moral? Do you see why we are senseless when we say we don't think before we act? You are always the willing tool to be used and used perfectly. What's the reward? Worthless naira. You want to build a mansion. Yes, build a mansion. Don't say don't build a mansion, build it. If it like, let it be 10 rooms, let it be 15 rooms. The greatest and the most honorable thing, most fruitful thing can come out of it is that you will live only in one room. Only in one room. The rest will be filled with cobwebs and roaches. And when you dress and come out, that is his mansion. At the expense of your people. Our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, each day we come in the air, I salute you. You are a brave man. You are an honorable man. You have done what men, those who claim to be men in Igbo land, cannot do. those who claim to be men from Biafra land cannot do, we have done it. And that is why they are angry. And they have opportunity to correct their deeds. They have not got the guts to correct their evil ways. That is what I'm talking about. That is what is holding us back. That is what they are teaching the upcoming youths. Gross an act of irresponsibility, denial of your identity. When you have some that will change, we are Muslim, that's your problem. We have nothing against that. Keep it to yourself. Keep it to yourself. Our freedom is paramount. That's what comes first. Let's get our home. Let's be free. Or you lose it to the invaders. And you will regret what you did. You will regret your actions. And you will ask yourself, why did I do it? As we are calling your attention to your misdeeds, you are not listening. It is not an issue of IPOB, DOS, or HOD. It's an issue of self-preservation, value, and your identity. Our leader gave you the lead. Follow your leader. 1, 2. Whatever reason why you have to question what is going on, question the Fulanis that are giving you the order. Question those that are politicizing things and not facts and not issues of the day. They are all there to deceive you. The call number is +1 484 767 0848. Sorry for the caller. I had to finish what I was saying. Then get on to the messages. We'll be doing that as time goes on. Let's see. Caller, your name and where you calling from?
Hello?
Good morning. Go ahead. Your name and where you calling from?
Good morning, Mazi. Mazi, thank you very much. My name is Chukwu Manuel. I'm speaking from my location. Thank you very much, Mazi. I greet you once again. I greet my leader, our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the man that set up this platform to expose the evil of a place called Niger area. Sometimes I start to think myself, if not Nnamdi Kanu, what is going to be the end of that evil place for next 20, 30 years or more coming? Because there is no future for any human being in that enclave unless you are a criminal, because that was why Nigeria is created, for criminality. That was what British did as a headquarters of evil in Africa to make sure Africa remain useless on the earth. Our leaders have said this thing before, that Nigeria is a cancer to Africa. Unless it will cut off, that is to dissolve Nigeria, the Africa will remain poor forever. Because the white people, they use Nigeria to cage the whole Africa down. The whole leaders in Africa are slaves of British and France. And if they fail this opportunity to open their eyes, that is the end of them in their different countries. British is the worst thing that can happen to Earth. British is involved in Iraq to destroy Iraq. British is involved to destroy Libya. British is involved to destroy Syria. Every country of the whole world, British is involved because British are criminal in nature. They are stealing and looting other countries' property to reach themselves. They have their radio BBC to deceive the whole world. When we are small, any news you hear, you will try to ask, is it from BBC? That time we were thinking that BBC is saying the truth. But today, it has been very clear that BBC is deceiving the whole world, lying to the whole world, stealing from poor people in Africa. That is BBC for you. There was a clip played, I think yesterday, about a man running out from the bush where British are training terrorists in Maiduguri to use them to destroy Nigeria. BBC, British are the evil that is doing everything to change what God has created. Nigeria is not one country. The British are forcing it to be one. Because British understand that people who are living in Nigeria are fools. Thereby, they are using Fulanese to complete their mission in Nigeria. They start killing the Hausas. They start killing all the indigenous people from the north, taking their land, making them slaves. British, it will not go well with you. You go to them, I will punish you at the end of the whole thing. I greet my leader who set up this platform. Without this radio, nobody will know what is going on until they complete the mission. Thank you, Mazi.
Thank you.
You go to them, I will be your strength. All hail Biafra.
All hail Biafra, you too. Caller, your name and where you calling from? They hear you. Go ahead.
This land, they want to take it from us. Before before the end of this nation on this agenda, what to take? I feel one name working. One name work on them, and that clip that he played, that Fulani man said his mother is an Igbo and his father is a Fulani. And he has spoken well. We Biafrans, see, Biafrans, anywhere you are, don't think we are joking. This one is not a question of we are arrogant or we are this or that. They hate us because we stood firm. We stood. I took fire for Guzoro Guam. I took fire. Side arrogant. Korokuru, that is the United Nations. A body that's supposed to speak the truth for the nation, for the whole world, for the communities. They are killing us. Korokuru, there. And our governors here are waiting, all our leaders, helping the foreigners to take our land. That is the Orumma. Then the chicken doesn't get Orumma. Then the Sinat Orumma. Then the Jonathan Orumma. Why must they hate us? Because then the Jonathan are not the ones that told us to remain committed. Let us be like the stone cold. I heard the Jonathan is like that. And we know the shame. If they hate us, that is their business. They can. I don't come against the Patanga. Come on, Namo, so you are getting that you have a parallel. Okay, square you car. Then the no human being will take our land. Oh, Makalaka dead, I am going to the land. What is this man to you do? Peter think about Kawan Pay. One Nigeria. Jonathan the name don't keep to be there. I do not cover people. Yeah, I'm getting at the election. It will caution Nigeria. Dara. I'm a Christianity, we're Muslim, Western, we Morocco. Look at us, we put out like animals. And the leaders are keeping silent. Shame, all of you in Nigeria. Shame, come somewhere. Thank God. If that doesn't stay Allah, have blood, Allah to put the Kadamaka. So I never took a chance to how long we can put on. I wasn't going to come back. I'm not saying. I'm after I did Nnamdi Kanu. But it's time. So I release our leader. Not Nnamdi Kanu for us. That's all. And let us go. On our vocabulary, you did the point. Dara. Don't think you're doing. What other things than that? I feel Romans chapter 12, from verse 1 to end. Then First Peter chapter 2, from verse 1 to end. Then I think about them. Then the Kanu will get a stumbling block of fire. Then the Kanu sign. Let Biafra land be calm and peaceful. Alright, I feel you are faithful people. I want you to take a let us go for an ambassador. I don't know that. So, I don't know what God. Insurance was a car. Then I was a pen of the guy who tire. But then I put it at 1967 now, however, on that, where have we come that to put together? We have our ESN. We take us support the ESN here to pass. How we can now go to for that to contact. We can we get another car. That is it. I will look at church coming. That is the I cannot tell you. But when I know, what happened was not then the teacher begins. And I'm very become the brother who can be here. Never fall on an hour. Papa, what kind of things because I'm a kind of Christianity, they have their own way of life. I don't myself, I just love your enemy. So what is that? If he hate us, we hate him. You have to get to tell what is to do, you come somewhere. Bara, that's why I got my cargo to take and come. I give it a lie. Then the teacher does them. So kind of things because I'm dead. I read Genesis chapter 25, from verse 1 to end. Then I entered God chapter 7, then entered God chapter 7, from verse 1 to end. Then you put your name to the and then so I need to be telling God that release his son for me. So that's all. Nonsense. Thank you, being on your line. And then I couldn't make it one. Who am I emotionally? Then I was a mission. Then I was in the corner of 20 years. Just take a 20 years, then I was in. I don't care. No, don't care. No, no, get below. I can't run in car. No, but I was a lawyer. Then Nnamdi was able to abandon this war for us. And today this is where we are. They say this IPOB. They say this generation of Biafra. By the time you will understand that you are the choosing race to worship the Most High God, it's time for us to do it. And you know idol, we know this year. That's how they say, no idol will be here. Let us think of this. That's how I like our portion, man. I know you're going to be one of them. I'm like the John Haga. They will father, they will bishop, you need to look at the fair. They will pass that you ain't going to make that. I'm not going to have a water. Oh, for the people. What are they going to get? What is the movie? I'm going to be shown. Dara. That's what they're going to put in. That's how they're going to do. That's what they're going to do. That's what they're going to do. That's what they're going they got Nnamdi. Let them have the Kanu, which you have to work it over the people they use to the force of Nazaga. Baby, what up, that's what I get after that. I only have a lot of saying, more than you know that I like a guy. You have to know what it is, and you know that. I like you to pray. Now, food. Ongoing God. Okay. That's how I am Biafra.
Call your name and where you calling from.
Mazi Ndewo or Mazi Chukode here. I'm calling from South Africa. Mazi, thank you once again. Thank you. You know, there's something that you just said that I know I want to reiterate on it. A fool at 40 is a fool forever. What is happening to us? Sometimes you wonder if our people are a cause. Is it a cause or some? I don't know exactly what the problem is. Sometimes I ask myself, what's going on with our people? With everything that is happening. I saw some video people going to talk about PVC. I saw some video people going to say they are going to do election. And the Igbo people, they say their machine is not working. They carry the machine. They have to pay money to pay. And you wonder if these people, are they listening to Radio Biafra? The answer is no. But when anything happens, they will call ESN, they will call IPO. Now, what I hear most of them talking about is, if Biafra don't come, at least we'll go manage president. So on that scenario, they are going to get PVC because of that. I want to ask all of us one thing this evening. The only thing that is going to change Biafra is when Biafra is restored, or change an Igbo man is when Biafra is restored. Because this mentality that we have is embedded in us, something that is inside us that is very difficult for we to move it. Preaching this is very, very difficult. But now, to also ask this, if there is anything that we need to do as IPOB, as ESN, to fasten this delay, because our people are going to be killed if we keep on delaying. I know our people are doing something. I know everybody is working. But if there is any way that we can make it a little bit, I don't know how to say this. It's just that what is happening is blind, it's mind blowing. You know, it's very bad. It's not looking okay. Look at a child that is just 15 years old was arrested. How can you arrest? That's why the zoo doesn't have a law. How can you arrest another person for the crime of the other person? In which part of the world does that happen? You come, you're looking for somebody, you arrest the wife, arrest the children, arrest everybody. Looking for the husband, or you're looking for the wife. Who actually thought? There is they give up the police, but these things are not happening in their land. You can only arrest a person based on the evidence, red-handed, that you caught on that particular person, not by hearsay, by rumor. Maybe they will be raping our daughter.
in the name of his father is ESN. His father is an IPOB member. Let's rescue our people. We don't need all of them. These people are going for PVC. We don't need all of them to rescue them. We just need us to rescue these people. And I want to thank our brother from Opina, from Abba. He has done very, very well. Mazi, there is another thing that happened yesterday in Radio Biafra Sadek. I was not really happy with what our sister Nnamdi said against the national coordinator of South Africa. I am not really happy, because the issue of a South African problem is being handled by Deputy Head of Directorate of State, Mazi Nzurumike. How can people be asking for account to be rendered? You're saying that the national coordinator is the one asking people to not contribute money. They want to know the money they are contributing, how it's used, how is this money being used? Because they believe that something is wrong somewhere. And some of them have a legitimate claim. You rather come to radio and start telling people that they want to open a new account, whereas they are talking about rendering an account that have taken that account, so they come to it, read the account, and date was given, a letter was issued, memo was issued, the account was not rendered. HOD, African rep came, account was not rendered. HOD came,
Jailbreak on that one. The DOS and the authorities handle it. That is the responsibility.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mazi.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
The call number is +1 484 767 0848. +1 484 767 0848. Live broadcast from Radio Biafra USA. Caller, your name and where you calling from. Caller, your name and where you calling from.
Good evening from here. There was a Gluganda in Chicago. And yeah, Mazi, Biafra. Yeah, Mazi, I remain a chronicle to from Poland here, and I have from our leaders Martin Nandoku to Kanu, on members of Shahangu prison, and all his Lufthansa, women and men of valor, radicals all over the world. I greet all of you. Yeah, Mazi, I call proposal just for 1 minute because of that clip about that. Mazi, there's a clip I sent to you. Because when we begin to talk about hope or the matter, whatever that is happening in all and Imo State, even in Biafra land as a whole, I think he is number one culprit. Mazi, before Hope arrested that small girl of 15 years in Atta, sometime last year, I've said it time and my chance is that of course we are on the matter. 7 of our gears, ranging from 18, 20, at 22 years, they were playing in the village in Atta, the same Atta, moonlight, a this small guy he has abducted again, and the people should know we will not forget in a hurry. Hope have been attacking, especially in Jaba and Atta. Some time ago, I told her to pack away. Many times he wanted to bomb that area. That people should vacate on that. And where he's talking is a secondary school. And we continue to ask, where do you want us to go? He continued to dismiss our people. Continue to kill people at random with every impunity in all and Imo State. Abducting people, the whole of all no-go area. He can play that one is crying. Hope Ozodinma killed the husband in Oboro. His men led ambush for that guy between Aman and Oboro. And they killed that young man. Now he left with that 2 kids and the wife is crying. And somebody is still using his telephone up to today as we talk to you. And the woman is still calling, she have sold everything she have. And she's calling when you call again, they'll come and kill all of you. And our people are keeping quiet. When I started bombarding our people, especially Omajol in America, or our people in diaspora. Now this is what is happening now. Mazi ndi bosini he kare atoya ke ya kare ala eche masino fonye chelo on ericha kezi no fonye dines ndi mo come by how many years he knows how he entered, and up to now nothing has been done. Those people that are the froze and they are not automatic fish. This thing happened in Imo State, the same Imo State. When the mortuary everywhere is filled up, they have no other option than to defraud them like that. And then Mr. Markaman, no respect in Biafra land. But also bother. What in it? When the time comes, you go. But let's hope we remember that these people he is bringing in Imo State and all, that he will pay for it, and his generation must pay. People are cursing him. One time, two months ago, Hope said he's going to ask them to go back. People he recruited, you can see the whole clip. When they caught one guy, the clip was played in Radio Biafra, and this man confirmed that Hope brought them. Show the boy the boot. Look at people we have killed. Look at the blood. If you don't pay, and today he's bringing army to do parade in all. You see all this army, you see all this convoy that all of them are coming. They are coming to Imo State. What parade is army parade Hope is going to do in Imo State? And this is a question that we will leave for everyone to answer. Mazi, I remain a chronic. Thank you. And there was some. There was some.
Caller, your name and where you're calling from.
Good evening to you, sir.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. Greetings to you, my beloved brothers and sisters. Biafrans all over the world. People to Biama remains our strength. My name is Hugo. I am calling from the blessed land of Biafra. Mazi, you see what Mazi Okeforin just said now? It is very, very sad that one person is somehow intimidating so many of us, and this person is who? That man is an example of evil in our land. In all round, Hope Uzodema did not win election in Nigeria. For you, those of you that is jumping up like a monkey, go and get your PVC. Hope Uzodema is a sign of workless PVC. PVC is useless in the zoo. If you say no, it's not going to be like that. I want to tell you that at the end of everything of this, you're jumping like a monkey, you will regret it, you will cry. Because all of you, you refuse to do the right thing. You refuse to recognize the truth. When some of you see the truth, you deviate and you call it lies. And that is the reason why at the end of everything, you are going to cry. We are telling all of you now that you are supposed to demand for your right. And what is that your right? I thought you people, you say that Nigeria is one. Why people from the southern part of Nigeria is begging for presidency? They are begging for it. Are they supposed to beg for it? It is our time. Obedient, articulated will be. We must go there. It is time for Obi. Obi is the best. Why of all this? Why can't the zoo, as you claim to be one, do it turn by turn as it's supposed to be? We are telling all of you, so many of you are elders, but you refuse to say the truth. And we are telling you that this truth that you saw so many years ago, and you refuse to say it, we, the younger generation, we are saying we can't take this nonsense that the zoo, Zoological Republic, a place where the devil is living in the planet Earth, is not one. The foundation of the zoo election, the zoo politics is very, very bad because their evil constitution supports evil. It is for only one particular tribe. That is the reason why you see the killings going on in daily basis, intimidation going on in daily basis. All the people in the uniform, they are against the masses. which is the reason why sometimes God will allow destruction to befall a nation. Because when you, as a sitting government, if you are against the masses, you can never breathe an air of peace because you are against God. But when all of you are seeing this thing, you are behaving, both the ones working in television, the ones working in radio station, all of them, they knew the truth, but they are dancing to the tunes of destruction of the zoo by the politicians, evil politicians who are benefiting a lot from the pocket of the innocent masses dying in daily basis. The killings, they love their family. That is the reason why somebody will have to travel from there to outside Nigeria to make sure that he secure the lives of his family member. But when it comes to the zoo, they can never value your life. We are telling all of you for you to demand for a referendum, demand for round table discussion that will give you right to exist. And you are jumping up like a monkey. We are promising you, your regret is upcoming. Continue to warm up. You have hope, Obi. I am telling all of you that you will be disappointed because you refuse to follow the road. You see the road and you are entering inside. And when you get to that bush, the bush have an end. You will know that this is the end of this bush. I want to use this opportunity to thank the remnant faithful ones of IPOB, those who people must choose to do this wonderful work. And to continue to be obedient to the leadership of IPOB. They remember, they said, it is those that endure to the end. This is the word of God. Those that endure to the end. For those of you that is jumping up, when you jump out, some time you jump in. When the rest, your leader, you jump out, you talk nonsense, some time you came in. You better think wise. We know what we need, and what is that? We want freedom. We don't want presidents. Mazi, thank you so much.
Ndewo, thank you. Thank you. Caller, your name and where you calling from.
It's a wonderful work. And to continue to be obedient. Sorry.
Turn down your radio.
Sorry, Mazi. Sorry, Mazi. Let me turn it off altogether. Mazi, good morning. This is Dr. T and I'm calling from Texas.
Welcome.
Mazi, thank you. Mazi, Obiabawala, n'obodo Biafra. N'obodo Biafra nowadays, Obiabawala, you will be watching your own children taken out and shot at. You will be watching your own girls abducted and taken to prison and raped. You will be watching your own husband killed while you're watching. Your husband will be watching you. This is atrocity to the highest order. I am only calling this morning just to add my voice to my brothers who just called about what is happening in Imo State. If this is where I am in my village right now, I should be just screaming. Because just yesterday I was with one of my sisters here in Texas. And she was on the telephone constantly checking to see when her brother who was abducted on the roadway. All this man went to do was to go and repair their mother's car. He was driving home. They were chasing some military people, or some people were chasing someone else, stopped everybody on the road and looked at him and abducted him and took his car, his mother's car that he went to repair. And for 7 days, this man had been abducted, and they were asking for ransom of 10 million naira. The family said, how can we raise 10 million naira like that? The family offered them 1 million naira yesterday, and they took it. I am not talking about anywhere else. This is trunk A road from Onitsha to Owerri. This is where this man was abducted, right there in his village. I am telling you that what is happening in Imo State is too much. And like my brother said, how can one man cook for the public and the public is not able to finish this one man's food? This has gone to, I am just crying because of the 15-year-old who had been abducted because of looking for your
father and they abduct you. A minor in the United States of America, nobody touches a minor. Nobody can come and take a child and think of putting a child in jail or prison. I am telling you, I am crying. You know, when Okafor talks on the radios, you people think, oh, he's just saying stuff. Everything that this man speaks about has happened in our land. Everything. If I'm at home, I'll be crying. I'll be shouting and calling my How can our people be quiet and not say anything while our children are being abducted, being killed, every family being decimated? What is this that nobody, we have been subdued to such a point nobody can speak? Is that what you're telling me? Is this what this has come to? And the woman, hopelessness, is committing all this. Is there anybody left in that, even in his own camp? Mazi, this is so annoying, so aggravating, so mind-boggling. I don't know how to say it to Biafrans. But Biafrans know this for sure, that when the night is darkest, know that the dawn is coming. These people that and everybody that has no name, everybody who has no association with IPOB has been setting camp. Even people who claim to be brother to our leader have been setting camp in Biafra land to kill our people, to encourage Uzodinjo to have a bubago, to have military, to have police, to have anybody that he's bringing from the Sahel to kill our people. You people, this blood is on your hands. Simon, my children's blood, my people's blood is on your hands and on your head. Don't forget this. And if you think you are Oyibo, you say, Madam Oyibo, aka Madam Oyibo, that you have set camp in Biafra land, that is encouraging this evil governor to kill my people. I am not playing with any of you. This is where you see me, I fight you there. I am talking on Radio Biafra because there's nothing else I can do. There's nothing else I am jumping out of my skin because a 15-year-old girl is abducted and put in jail in this world somewhere today, and it happens to be in my land. What kind of atrocity are we witnessing? And we are talking every day on the radio, and our people are not getting up their courage to speak, to shout, to come out and say something. Thugs, they have raised thugs. Ekberima has raised so many thugs in Biafra land. There are thugs all over Olu province. There are thugs all over Ihiala province. And Ihiala and the Olu province and we're all the same people right there. They divided up in states because of their stupidity and to divide and conquer us. We're all the same people. When you move from Imo State, from Mungidi to Ihiala, you don't even see. There is no difference. It's the same people, the same terrain, the same thing. So they're moving from Anambra to Imo just carelessly and aimlessly doing whatever they do and causing mayhem and putting fear. Even market women cannot go to the market and sit down and sell their akara. They have their things already. They have an escape route before they sit down in the market in my place anymore. What kind of living is this? Do we not understand? Mazi Nnamdi Kanu came out and spoke a few words and told you there must be peace in our land. There must be peace in our land. But do you know something that I have learned since I've been in the United States of America? Peace is not the absence of war. Do you understand? Peace is just not the absence of war. Peace is more than that. They have brought war. Who must kill them. They have killed us. We must kill them, my people. If we don't kill these people, if we don't decimate these rogue elements in our, these people have now injected into our lands, they have given 2 pennies to our children, and they have all become kidnappers. All of them kill them because they're killing our people. Look at what they're doing to 15-year-old people. 15-year-old girl, 15-year-old girl is in jail because you didn't find her father. When her father comes out, you kill her father. What kind of life does that 15-year-old have? And if her father doesn't come out, you kill her. Because when you kill a girl's spirit, you have killed her. And when you kill a girl, you're killing a nation. When you kill the women, you kill a nation. People, Biafrans, pay attention. They're killing your girls, they're killing your boys, they're killing the nation. Don't let them do this. Don't let them do this. Give me peace. I don't want to cry every night and every morning anymore listening to this Radio Biafra. Stop my crying by killing these people. Kill these people, Biafrans. Kill these people. We don't care who they are. But they have brought war to us and they must die. I don't know what their names. They might be Nigerian military, a Bubago from the north. I don't care who they are. Kidnappers from your village. I do not care who they are. But as long as they have brought war to us, I say let's war also to give them war, because this is too much. Please. Mazi, I am so not myself this morning listening to this. Thank you very much for the work that you do. Biafrans, get sense right now. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, man.
Thank
you. We are approaching the end of this broadcast, and we'll be on the air tomorrow. Now, waiting to happen. Tomorrow. Now, waiting to happen. This is where we'll end today's broadcast. We must be very meticulous in what we're doing. These people are committing crime. They are committing crime against their own children, their own sisters, their own daughters. They are mindless. They have no conscience. They have no mind. Caller, make it quick. We are coming to the end of this broadcast. So, good morning from here.
This hour, I want to say only few things. In a place where we find ourselves called the Republic of United Nigerian and Africa of Fulani. Today I understand the meaning of leader. I want to tell you the meaning of leader. The meaning of leader is called my land. That's the meaning, my land. Which is to say, the Fulani are looking for our identity, and also when their land, which is they are calling all the whole Nigeria, even the Biafrans, their land. And when you talk about the land contains everything, both the tree, the human being inside there, the water, the mountain, everything that concerning is inside there. Now, if the Biafra refuse to give them the Biafra land, that's why they are trying to destroy that land in any four corner, in any form. That's why we need to preserve our land, to be able to defend our land and make sure that they will not take our land. That's the only thing I can tell you. All hail Biafra. Bye-bye from now.
Thank you. We are out of time. So reserve your comment for tomorrow. Reserve your comment for tomorrow. We'll be on the air tomorrow. It's another broadcast coming on that South Africa. So I thank all of you for calling. That is our job. Raise awareness as to what is happening. People committing crime. using their position to commit unpardonable, world forbidden crime. Our people are committing it. And that shows you the extent of authoritarianism. When people are in authority, they abuse it. They abuse it to the highest degree.
Biafra will be back after this. This is Constructive Argument on Radio Biafra with Mazi Onoha. Bring your argument and we've got the solution. Constructive Argument. We hit below the belt. Radio Biafra. We've got you covered. All right, welcome back. Of course, joining me tonight is Mazi Abanyam. He is the European rep and of course exposing what he knows best. Here in Constructive Arguments, we hit below the belt. And what I do is I play the devil's advocate, more like a referee. I am on no side. I am on the side of the truth. As long as the truth comes out, then of course we have done our job. Mazi, I'm going to take you to this one right now. And of course, it will be our last, but of course there might be question arising from this. Tell me, Mazi, IPOB United Kingdom. I don't know if Mazi is still with me. Mazi Abanyama, is still there?
I'm here.
All right.
I can hear you.
I'm just making sure that we haven't lost you. Now, IPOB United Kingdom, of course, used to be a powerhouse, if I can remember. Now, I want to ask you, what is going on with the IPOB United Kingdom? What exactly is happening? It seems not to be the powerhouse anymore. Can you please tell us what is happening with IPOB United Kingdom? I believe you have the knowledge of that. Go ahead, please.
Yes, Mazi, as the European rep, I'm aware of whatever is going on in every part of Europe when it comes to IPOB movement. The United Kingdom is very, very pivotal in our struggle. Number one, this is the colonial master of the zoo called Nigeria. Number two, this is a country where our leader has their citizenship. Number three, this is the country where this IPOB was started. Our leader started IPOB in the United Kingdom. All our registrations are done in United Kingdom. So it is very, very pivotal, very, very important in our struggle. And a strong IPOB family in the UK is required. It's very, very necessary for us to make headway. So UK used to be a powerhouse, as you have just put it. But along the line, we started having, fallouts. It started when we had the second fallout, when their national coordinator left the struggle and joined another group. The family was in shambles. And then our leader appointed Dr. Justice Okachi Lewis, who was the former national coordinator. He came picking up the pieces, working, together with me and his deputy Mazi and the rest of the hardcore IPOB family members we have in the UK. They work hard to bring UK back to its feet. UK started, blossoming again, started booming, started taking its place in Europe as one of the powerhouses we have in Europe here. But along the line again, when the deputy left the struggle, we started having issues in the UK again. UK started falling apart. Our leader led a change of leadership in the hope that bringing neutral, bodies into the leadership will galvanize and unite the family again and make it as strong as it used to be. But this was the opposite happened. The problem continues, and the UK IPOB, started their nosedive into the abyss. And this particular leadership, headed by Mazi and myself at the European Rep, we said we are not going to continue to let this IPOB powerhouse collapse under our watch, because our leader made it clear to me, Europe is in your hands. Whatever happens in Europe, whether good or bad, it is in your hands. If it's doing well, you take the glory. If it's doing bad, you take the blame. So working together with all the members of Directorate of State, we made sure that leadership is changed in the UK. As we are speaking right now, UK is coming back again in full force. Watch their rallies they had just recently at the BBC and the ones that they had at I think 10 Downing Street or so. You will see that the UK is revived. UK is coming again in good shape because we have managed to remove all those obstacles that the enemies planted in the UK to make sure that there is no progress. Because they know that if they capture UK IPOB, they have done us a very, very big damage. And this is what we did our best. We put effort together. We made sure that we rescued this family. We rebranded it, we revamped it, and we are now seeing the result of our labor, that the UK is not just talking for talking's sake. We need to, put our eyes on UK. They are new. They are going to go for open rally on the 30th of this month during our Heroes and Heroine Days anniversary. Only the UK has been allowed to go out and and make an open protest. Every other IPOB family member is doing this indoors in the hall. They are domiciled, and for them to see pictures of what is going on and videos of what is going on in Biafra land while we are agitating for freedom. We are telling our stories ourselves now. In the 1960s, 60s and the early 70s, it was the BBC. The victims become the accused. We became the aggressor while we are the victims. But today, we are telling our stories ourselves. And so that's why this leadership have decided that this year's 30th of May should be conducted indoors, a kind of a symposium, letting people sit down and relax and watch videos and pictures of the atrocities that the Nigerian government with their Fulani dominated oligarchies are doing in Biafra land to destroy our lives and to make sure that they dip their Quran in the Atlantic Ocean as their founding father Ottoman Dambodio had prophesied. But we are here to tell them that that's not going to happen. So this particular leadership has took it upon themselves to ensure that the UK, which is a country that's very very, very pivotal in this struggle, regains its place in Europe, because we are going to make sure that the United Kingdom goes after their citizens, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who was abducted, kidnapped in Kenya, tortured for 8 days, and renditioned without any due process to the zoo and jail. So until now, everybody can see that all the allegations against Nnamdi Kanu hold no water. So why is UK not saying anything about their citizens that have been kidnapped in this manner? Knowing fully well in the 1980s, when Omar Diko was about to be, kidnapped in London, when Buhari was the military president, Omar Diko was about to be, kidnapped in London. They have already kidnapped him, put him in a cargo,
to put in the Nigerian Airways when they still have airways. Until it was detected that they need to open it. When they opened it, they saw that Omar people was there. So UK reacted by, cutting every diplomatic relationship with the zoo, arrested those who were involved in the kidnap and jailed them, some 6 years, some 8 years. And I think with the zoo, they had a diplomatic clash for more than 2 years or 3. But now, their own citizens, Obama being a Nigerian citizen, they did this because of him. Now their own citizens who travel with their passport was kidnapped in another country and requisitioned to another country. They have not paid anything or done anything against this international crime that the whole world is marveled about. So we need to find out why this is the case. So the new leadership in the UK now, as I'm telling you, they are going to work assiduously to ensure that the United Kingdom do the needful and look for their citizens no matter what. So that's why I'm telling you right now that UK was collapsed, but now is being resuscitated and is up and doing. Everybody can see it again. Thank you, Mazi.
All right. Thank you, Mazi. I tell you why I'm asking you that question, because I believe with IPOB in the UK, it is quite easy for us to hold the UK government accountable for all the things they are doing against our people, because the only language the international community understands this day is legal actions and litigation. I know that, protest is fine, but of course you need to back it up with legal, action, which we are doing right now, and I believe we are going in the right direction. All right, it is still constructive argument here on Radio Biafra. We'll be back after this. This is constructive argument on Radio Biafra with Mazi on Oha. Bring your argument, and we've got the solution. Constructive argument. We hit below the belt. Radio Biafra. We've got you covered. All right, we've got you covered, and indeed so we hit below the belt. Mazi, talk to me about Finland. Of course, it is under your jurisdiction. How is IPOB in Finland doing? And of course, checkmating the very autopilots. Please go ahead.
Yes, Mazi. Thank you for that question again. Finland is, I will tell you in a nutshell, Finland is back in the hand of this leadership. Finland was about to be kidnapped. I have to be honest with you. That is where the leader of autopilot lives. And with his ulterior influence, he tried to hijack the family that we have there in Finland. The former national coordinator was the one who was, shouting on the top of his voice that something is going wrong with this particular person. He saw it before. I have to be honest. He saw that before every other person sees it. I took my time before I make a decision. I don't jump into conclusions without having facts and figures. So I told him to wait. You don't just jump, when you hear, like one of the proverbs in Igbo, I know, we don't do that. You don't just, start jumping without seeing a reason for that. So we waited. I was the one who made the contact and asked that particular gentleman to join IPOB. When our leader, commended him for his work in promoting the struggle, when our leader has finished broadcasting, he would take his time to analyze whatever our leader has said. People like to listen to him. Our leader commended him and commended other ones as well. He didn't just commend him alone, but he was the only one that our leader said to, do not let Satan enter you. Being a prophet, there's a reason why our leader said that. Do not let Satan enter into you. So this particular person because in this platform we have decided not to mention names, but those who are aware of what is happening will know whom I'm referring to. I was, as a European rep, my job is to ensure that every family in Europe is doing well. So I took my time to make contact with this particular gentleman, asking him to join the struggle, the family in Finland. He said he's going to do that. He's going to do that. After a while, I got information that he did not do that. I called him again. He said he's going to do that. He was there, but the COVID-19 is not making it possible for them to meet face to face. And then it comes to the issue of oath taking. He said he's not going to take oath for the reasons that he said to me that Nnamdi Kanu's name is in the oath, that we need to take those names of Nnamdi Kanu out from the oath. That what we are pursuing is Biafra.
Mazi, let me get this straight, Mazi. He said that he will not take oath because it has the names of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Is that what I'm hearing you saying?
Yes, here we are whiter than white and whiter than snow. That's what he told me, that we need to take that name out and replace it with Biafra, that we are pursuing Biafra and nobody's name should be there. Then I made it clear to him that, look, we have other agitators for Biafra. We have, Mazi was written, or Chief Raf was written, we have Tony Nnamdi, we have America Emekesiri of Believe Human Rights and the rest of them. I said, if you don't put Nnamdi Kanu's name there, how are you going to know whom we are following? Because there are a lot of them going on. Then he said, okay, that the explanation is very, very, very correct. He understand it. But at the same time, he's not going to take the oath. If I would let him attend meeting without taking the oath. I said, yes, in the Directorate of State, we have not made oath taking compulsory for the whole world. But the countries, knowing themselves, and they put the oath taking for every member. And I, as European rep, will not use my power to change what they have set up because it's good for them, it's going well for them. So for that reason, if they let you come to meeting, you may go to meeting and maybe contribute your views, but they may ask you to leave when they are discussing sensitive issues. So if you can take that, then that is fine. But I'm not gonna ask you to go to join them without taking oath, and I'm not gonna ask you to not to go and contribute if you want. So the family in Finland will have to make that decision. So that's where we ended the conversation. He said he's not gonna take the oath. I said no problem. He said he has many other people who want to join the struggle, but this is what is holding them back. In his broadcast, a lot of people are calling in and they want to join the struggle, but the oath is a problem. I said, but we all of us have taken this oath and we are still alive. If you know that you are not going to betray the struggle, you are not going to commit any offense, you are not going to be a saboteur, what are you afraid of? I have taken the oath more than 300 or 500 times because each time I leave somebody under oath, I'm also retaking that oath. So I'm not afraid of it because I have no intention of betraying the struggle or anything that is going to be harmful to any member of IPOB. So I'm not afraid. So we left it at that. Then it comes to the time when he wants to interview our leader. Some people told our leader that that man is not under oath and he's not a family member, so he's not going to interview you. Our leader didn't know because our leader thought that he has joined the struggle when I called him to join the struggle. So our leader asked the secretary to, ask him to cancel the interview, that he is not under oath. Then what I was told, I was not there, but I was told that immediately the secretary told him that he said no, he's going to take the oath because he has a goal. He wants to achieve a goal. He know that if he doesn't interview our leader, he wouldn't come closer to him to be able to deliver, to be able to, to unleash the every plans they have, giving him to implement. So then he took that oath. I don't know who administered the oath to him, but it was an online oath from USA to Finland. He took that oath. I don't know who gave him that oath, but that's how he took the oath. And then he interviewed our leader. After the interviewing our leader, he was able to get our leader's phone number, and then the rest is history. That's how it happened. So they have goals, they have ulterior motives. The reason why they come to this struggle. Now we can say it authoritatively that it is even coming. They are even exposing themselves. They just came to pretending we are fighting for our leaders' release, and then when this leadership carrying out the instruction from our leader that they sit at home, Monday sit at home, should be discontinued. This is a direct instruction from our leader. Discontinue it, but then put that sit at home whenever it's going to court or whenever this directorate is doing something. For example, when the impostor is coming to Biafra land, we put it at home. When with 30th of May, we put it at home. When anything wants to happen that we don't like, we put it at home. That's how it is agreed. Because the economy of Biafrans is going to suffer the sit at home because the zoo has no economy, so it doesn't even affect them. After all, they don't pay salaries. It can only work in a country that is civilized, where you don't owe salary. Because when you put sit at home, the kind we have, it will affect the economy, and the government will quick to react to that and say, no, don't do that because it's going to do this, it's going to do that. In the zoo, the economy is already in shambles, so they don't care. What is even more harmful to them is the ban of Fulani cows, because this will affect them directly. It will not affect our people. But some people, they are gullible. They wouldn't see what we are seeing from the Directorate of State. Sit at home is crumbling the economy of the East. The zoo don't care. But now the ban on Fulani cows is affecting them because we spend trillions of naira every year buying their cows. And this is the money they are using to arm the Fulani herdsmen to come into our land to kill our people, to rape our mothers and our sisters and kill them. And then also trying to say that you should give them ruga. Give them a land to make ruga. And when you give them that land, then forget your land. The land is gone. Within 5 years, they will take the whole state. We know this. Our leader has opened our eyes. We're not going to let any inch of our land into the hands of the Janjaweed, unless there's no Biafran alive. So this is what happened. The enemies came into this struggle with a total motive to destroy, to kill, and to maim, and to betray. But as we speak now, even some of the gullibles that joined them are coming back, begging to come back to the struggle. In Europe here, I know most of them who are already calling and begging to come back because they said, now we have seen that this guy letting us nowhere. Nowhere. Just to bring them out and deceive them, collect their money, and to do whatever he wants to do with that. So there's a lot of things going on in Ipob Finland. And we have managed, let me tell you, because of the policies this Directorate of State has adopted, we started making sure that those who remain incorrigible, those who are hardcore autopiloters, because we don't just remove you because you're an autopiloter. We will first of all call you and ask you, why are you doing this? Do you have any questions that you need a clarification? What is your problem? If after this call and we couldn't, solve the problem, we saw that this person has, crossed the Rubicon, he's not going to come back, and he's already been when the Janjaweed give you governorship, they will make you go and take their oath. And when you take that oath, you're going to kill your own people. You don't care anymore. So since some of them have crossed the Rubicon, they are not going to come back. Then we expel them. So when we started expelling people in Finland, and those who are bringing information to him, what is discussed in the meeting, what the Directorate is doing, every other ones are gone. We expelled all of them, and Finland is now quiet. So you can't hear him now come to boast that IPOB Finland, we are going to make it look stronger than Italy, stronger than Germany. No, that is no more the case. What we have in IPOB Finland now is a new family that is strong and that is behind Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and this leadership of IPOB 100%. That's what I can tell you about Finland. Finland is back into our hands fully. We are not missing word in that. IPOB is one family.
All right. Thank you very much, Mazi. And of course, for our viewers who are listening, it is still constructive argument. This is Constructive Argument on Radio Biafra with Mazi Ikechukwu Onoha. Bring your argument and we've got the solution. Constructive Argument. We hit below the belt. All right, we are hitting below the belt, and of course, my guest this evening, he is Mazi Abanyim, our European rep, doing what we do in IPOB. It is called accountability, telling us how he has been running Europe, and of course, as you can hear, he is telling you straight up the way it is. Mazi, before I let you go, because this seat is very hot, but I see please tell me, people are saying, why is DOS, why is Mazi Chik? Because when they call DOS, they always call Mazi Chik Edoziem. But thank you for explaining what is DOS. Because as far as I know, DOS is not one person's name, it is an umbrella. Why? People are asking this question, and I'm going to put it straight to you. I'm going to put it the way they are saying it. Why is Chik Edoziem chasing away everybody, firing everybody from IPOB? By the time our leader comes out, he might have chased away everybody. Now tell me, Mazi, when people are expelled from IPOB, is it in line with our code of conduct? Please go ahead.
Yes, man. Thank you so much for that question. As you see, I said it before. We don't just fire somebody because we hear that he or she did this or that. We always seek for contact. We ask the coordinator of that area to contact the person, talk to the person, enlighten the person. Even if that person wants to speak with me, I wouldn't mind to call the person and hear the person's story, questions, or concern, and then we try to see how we can solve it. Chik Edoziem has no pleasure in expelling anybody from IPOB. Anybody that you see that Chik Edoziem announced his or her name for expulsion, that person, like I said, has crossed the Rubicon. It's not going to come. We have a lot of people who are still maybe dangling or dangling into the autopilot, and we are not going to fire them. Some people have one leg here and one leg there, and we are monitoring them. We have even other ones who, as things are now in this struggle, like I said at the beginning, the facts are, open for everybody to see that those who ran to this autopilot in the beginning, in the hope that they are fighting corruption, in the hope that they are exposition, what they call exposition, it is a truth, the truth that they are hearing. At the end of the day, the DOS, as I tell you right now, we don't have fund. The Directorate of State don't have fund. There is no portfolio that has a fund. If our leader sends you to an errand, you have to use your money to go to run that errand. So that's why when he said to you that the freedom fighting is not for abject war, that's what he meant. If you cannot use your money to run an errand, then why should our leader give you money for transport, give you money for feeding, give you money for when he sends you to an errand? You should be able to do that as a member of DOS. You are not just an ordinary IPOB member. You are a member of DOS. So we don't have any funds. Whatever we are doing, we do it from our pocket, because the higher you go in this struggle, the more you spend. There's no other way about it. And let me make it clear, none of the DOS that I know here is paid. We are all employed. We all have our income. We make our income by going to work. Like I said to you, I just came home from work before I joined you on this program. So that's what some people, when they tell you DOS is criminal, DOS that, nobody in the DOS can, like I said, we live in different continents, come from different parts of Biafra land. There's no way you can bring money for us to share. It's not possible. How can we share that money? Who is going to get the money first? And how are you going to share it? So we don't have any fund, no account that belongs to DOS. And nobody in IPOB can tell you that I have paid money to the DOS before. There is no account called DOS account. So when they tell you that DOS is criminal, they ask them which account you pay the money to them, or whom did you pay that the money to? Where is the evidence? Not just coming and yapping all over the place, trying to denigrate the names of the hardcore people who are working day and night. Sometimes our meetings in DOS will start from the evening and end early in the morning. Without sleeping, you go to work. This is a sacrifice we are making for this purpose. So Chikedozium is not firing anybody or not expelling anybody that is innocent. It is better, just like the Bible said to you, it's better you cut one of your finger that will lead you to hell and go to heaven with 9 fingers. That's what we are doing. We are cutting out those parts of the body that are going to corrupt the rest of the body if we leave it to continue. When we have seen that this particular person is incorrigible and has crossed the Rubicon, we're not going to let it continue, because when you leave them to continue, it's going to destroy the rest of the body. So cut one finger that will destroy the whole body and go to heaven with 9 fingers. That's what we are doing. And let me give you one example again.
Go ahead, please.
When the American women in America, I will call them the Igbo women in America, or Biafran women in America, they say they want to come and make Nnamdi Kanu rally in the UK. Okay? And they said, we every country need to give them 2 women around the world. I was the one, and some of my colleagues, we ran around calling all our national coordinators to bring 2, hardcore women to join them. I tell you the fact. The women we gathered and sent to these particular women from America, we don't have up to 10% that are still with the IPOB today. They corrupted all of them in their forums. They put them in their forums and bombarded them with all these autopiloters, all this rubbish that they are, concocting against the struggle that holds no water, So those women, only 10% I can tell you that came back alive and still in the struggle. The rest were corrupted, and they even started fighting against the leadership. Those who called them to go and join this protest, join these women, support them for the sake of Nnamdi Kanu. It's not going to be, okay when they come all the way from the United States of America to make protests in Europe, and we don't send our own women to join them. That's why we made that decision to solidarize with them, to make sure that they are not alone, that we also care for our leader. But alas, we didn't know that they came with ulterior motive to destroy what we have built together. But as I'm telling you, IPOB is immovable. IPOB, no one can destroy. It is divinely ordained. They won't watch it.
All right, thank you very much. Now, the last question, Mazi, the last one before I let you go. There has been an allegation flying around. They say that DOS doesn't want Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to come out from jail. Now, what assurance are you giving to Biafra that is not the case? And also that our leader is coming out as soon as possible? Please go ahead.
Yes, Mazi, that question is a very important question. Yeah, I'm sure that most Biafrans are asking the same questions. The funny thing is, some of the people who are making these allegations, supposed to know better, supposed to be working with the leadership of this struggle, because nobody loves Nnamdi Kanu than the DOS. Nobody, not even his family members. I'm telling you this now, it's a fact. Nobody spends time, energy, and resources for the sake of Nnamdi Kanu's release than this particular DOS member. Nobody. So anybody who is saying that the DOS doesn't want Nnamdi Kanu to come out, you just go and watch them properly. They are not with us, because it is very, very clear that Nnamdi Kanu set this particular structure together. And the work of the enemy immediately Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped and rendition is to destroy the structure so that they can kill him or do whatever they want with him. And we said no, over our dead body. ESN is now strong. They wanted to destroy ESN by, using their connections to go and bribe them, corrupt them with money, because our leader told you that these are volunteer army. Volunteer army doesn't fight because of money. They fight because of the, because of the freedom. So there's no amount of money you give them that will, be equated to that freedom that they are fighting for. It is a movement. It is an ideology. You can't replace it with money. So, but these guys try to come and use money to lure some of the weak-minded ESN people away. And they lost their places in IPOB. When you expel them, then these guys will use them to go and start destroying things every Monday. They call it sit at home, that has been, called off. This is what they are doing. So nobody in the Directorate of State, not even a member of the Directorate of State, talk less of Mazi, nobody has the plan to betray the struggle, because we are on serious oath to restore Biafra. And then Nnamdi Kanu's release is top on our agenda. Look at what is happening in the case in the zoo called Nigeria. There were 15 count charges. How much is left now? 1. So we tell you that when we tell you that we are working assiduously, we are not just mincing words. What we do, people are expecting the member of DOS to come on social media to speak what we are doing or what we want to do. We don't have time for that. We are too busy to come to social media to blab. We don't do that. But if you have eyes, you are going to see the result of what we are doing behind the scene. We are working behind the scene in many areas, not just on the legal issues that we are seeing. There are many areas where we are fighting to make sure that our leader is released unconditionally and very soon. And those who are telling you or telling people that the DOS doesn't want Nnamdi Kanu out, they will bury their faces in shame. Whoever they are going to be shamed, and Nnamdi Kanu will know who is who when he comes out, because we are keeping the records. We are keeping the records. Those who are now trying to betray the struggle, those who are trying to destroy what Nnamdi Kanu has put together, when he comes out, we will ask him to open his eyes, because not everyone that calls Father will go to heaven. That's what the Bible told us. Now we know them, because when you are not at home, then you know who is really your own friend, whom you can trust. When you come back, everybody will become your friend again. So we are checking to make sure that we keep records of who says what and who did what, now that Nnamdi Kanu is incarcerated. But the results are there for everybody to see that this Directorate of State is working assiduously, working relentlessly with everything that we have to show that our leader is released. Like I said, those who are criticizing and denigrating the name of DOS will bury themselves in shame. Thank you so much, Mazi.
All right, thank you very much, Mazi, for that. This is Constructive Argument on Radio Biafra with Mazi Onoha. Bring your argument and we've got the solution. constructive argument. We hit below the belt. Radio Biafra, we've got you covered. All right, Mazi Abanyim is on the hot seat this night. Mazi, thank you very much for such an accountability, and that is what we expect of our leaders in IPOB. Since we say we are whiter than white and whiter than snow, then we don't have a problem giving account to our people of what is happening in the leadership. Thank you very much. We really appreciate your time.
You're welcome, Mazi.
There we go. All right, there you have it, great Biafrans. It is yet another day on Constructive Argument here on Radio Biafra. Constructive Argument is all about accountability. There is no such thing about because they are in power, they will not talk to Biafrans. I don't think that is the case. That is why we try as much as we can to bring our leadership here on this show so that they can account to the people they are leading. My job is to play the devil's advocate, to get all the questions, analysis that you need. And of course, this evening, you have had it. It is Constructive Argument.
This is Constructive Argument on Radio Biafra with Mazi on Oha. Bring your argument and we've got the solution. Constructive Argument. We hit below the belt. Radio Biafra. We've got you. Great Biafrans, wonderful people and beautiful people, lend me your ears. Buried for 50 years, Britain and BBC shameful role in the Biafran war. 1 million children starved to death, women raped, mothers, pregnant women cut up, and the babies taken out and slaughtered right before BBC camera lens. The British corporation BBC. And today BBC is trying to rewrite history. BBC is trying to make the victim the villain. And therefore, we Biafran, under the leadership of our Supreme Commander, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, we are taking the war to the British corporation doorstep. Biafra worldwide phone call and Twitter campaign against British Broadcasting Corporation, BBC. Starting date, the 19th day of May to the 3rd of June, 2022. Now listen, be polite and use the following prompt when you call the British Broadcasting Corporation. Hello, my name is, you give them your name. I am calling to ask about BBC policy of propaganda against the victims of genocide. Listen and pay close attention. Number one, why is BBC always twisting facts and covering up genocide by Fulanis in Nigeria? Number two, when will BBC make a documentary about the current Fulani genocidal killing in Nigeria? Number three, why is BBC shamelessly investigating the victims and not the perpetrators? Number four, why is BBC broadcasting a fake documentary to intimidate the victims of genocide? And number five, BBC and UK government, stop your shameless policy of plundering and slaughtering Biafrans. Stop the killings. Stop lying about us and leave us alone. Now, listen, very important. The time to call the British Broadcasting Corporation will be from 9 a.m. in the morning to 5 p.m. Biafra time. Now, these are the numbers to call. Pay close attention. BBC switchboard is +44 208 743 8000. I repeat, BBC switchboard +44 20 874 38,000. You must call and you need to deliver the message. All right. You also can call BBC News. You can tweet them at BBC News. I repeat, at BBC News. You can also call the BBC customer service number, and the number is +44 3700 100 342. BBC customer service number again, I repeat, +443 700 100 342. Or you can also tweet at BBC Press. I repeat, FBBC Press. Or you can also call BBC Studios Limited. The number is +442 08 433 2000. And finally, you can also tweet at BBC Africa. I repeat, at BBC Africa. Biafrans, we shall vanquish by the grace and mercies of Elohim. We shall vanquish. BBC, stop the intimidation. BBC, apologize to the real victim of genocide, the Biafran people. We shall vanquish.
afternoon, good evening, and good night, great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you through the auspices of Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Jonathan Chilede from Alu province of Biafra land. Today is the 25th day, being Saturday, 25th day of June in the year of our Lord 2022. Without taking any much time, I will hand over the platform to the head of the Directorate of States of the Indigenous People of Biafra, Mazi Doziem, to take over and talk to the whole world. Mazi, over to you. The whole world is hearing you. Please go on.
Greetings to all of you great Biafrans all over the world. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, and good night to you depending on your time zone. My name is Mazi Edoziem. I come from Ihe Oma is in Olu province of Biafra land. By the mercy and grace of Chukwu Okike Abiyama Promiheline, I serve the indigenous people of Biafra in the Directorate of State as the head of directorate. Wonderful Biafrans, I want to begin tonight with a commendation to all wonderful, all hardcore, all committed Biafrans that participated either physically or those who were spreading the message of the Biafran, IPOB, Amazonian, and Oduduwa Yoruba Nation 1 million man march in the city of Brussels, Belgium, on the 14th and 15th of this very month, June 2022. I want to commend all of you, those who came from far and near, from Canada, USA, from Asia, from Africa, and of course, from all the countries in Europe. You all, not only the Biafran people, but as well the Amazonian and the Oduduwa Nation brothers, you all did exceptionally well. And I want to assure all of you that that very, very outing, that historical event in Brussels, in fact, it was very successful. And the effects are still resounding across the length and breadth of our earth, of the world. The result or the effect of that very, very powerful outing is still reverberating all over the world. And specifically to IPOB family members, this outing, which was done in order to make sure that the incarceration, the extraordinary rendition of our leader, is brought to the forefront, is made a topical issue amongst nations and heads of governments, amongst those who are in charge of the European continent, the leaders. I can assure you that objective has been achieved to a very great extent. And therefore, we must continue to do what we are supposed to be doing as IPOB family members worldwide. We must remain faithful, loyal, committed. We must remain dedicated and devoted to our core principles and our core objectives. And like I said on the day of that very event, there is no other reason why heaven has mandated our leader, Mazi Kanu, to gather the children of Chukwuabiama together in order to pursue this very, very noble cause. The emancipation of the Biafran people from the quagmire that is called the Zoological Republic of Nigeria. The freedom and liberty of the Biafran people from the hellhole the British